Dark State on the show, and they're going to be in a match, and it's going to be a 6-person tag match. So we've actually got Femi, Trick Williams, Javon Evans teaming up. That should be one hell of a team, taking on Dark State. This is the first time that we're going to be seeing this group, and I still don't know if it's spelt one word or 2 words. I think it's, I don't know. I mean, I've seen it spelt both ways. I'm looking at the official preview now. There's not much on the preview, by the way. So I've seen it spelled a couple of different ways. They're actually spelling it as one word here. Dark State, one word. Not that it matters, but I just need to know for thumbnails and, you know, for titles and bits like that. So, yeah, don't know. They're spelling it one word. Jordan Grace takes on Jada Parker as well. So we've got that also. So that's it. I mean, those are the only 2 things that they've announced, to be honest. So we're not drowning in kind of preview news. We're not really drowning in news in general. There is a real lack of news that's kind of out there. I'd say the big talking points are obviously all the talking points coming out of yesterday's Raw. That definitely got a conversation going, certainly around the whole favor situation. That is obviously a big talking point. Outside of that, a couple of matches added. General scores yesterday were around 7, something like that. People were kind of like, yeah, this is cool, this is fine, but they weren't crazy about the episode. It wasn't a mind-blowing episode. I think that is a little bit disappointing for some people, of course, that really would have liked something a little bit juicier at this time of year compared to what we actually received. But, you know, it is what it is. No dramas. We move on. Should be a good show tonight. Should be a good show on Friday. That's it. That's where we are. If you want to know the lay of the land, if you want to know what's going down in the wrestling world, that is the current situation. I can't wait for Dark State, said Dro. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. I really like the look of that Shakuan Sugars. I really like the look of that guy. So I'm interested to see him competing. B930 and Channel said, Daze, how are we doing? Do we think we get a celebration for the new champion? Ricky Saints, obviously winning the title last week in a brilliant moment. I don't know. I would imagine that we get a segment of him coming out and talking about how much it means to him. I don't know that that's a celebration, but I would expect we will get a segment where he'll come out, and of course we then need to figure out who his next kind of opponent's going to be. He got attacked after, didn't he, by Ethan Page? So I've got to think we're just very quickly going to head towards that now. I've got to think that at Stand and Deliver it's going to be Ethan Page against Ricky Saints. I've got to be at something along those lines. So yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind us kind of skipping a celebration and getting stuck into his next feud. But yeah, it would be nice if he came out and just said a few words about like how brilliant this is, how much this means to him. You know, he dreamed of coming to WWE and being a champion, and now he can say that dream has been realized. But obviously, there's a lot more work that needs to be done, and that work starts right now. So we need to talk about Ethan Page, you know, the usual. Modo said, Trick Williams, Obafemi, Javon Evans in a Fatal 3-May could be 100% guaranteed Dark State is going to interfere. They're in, well, you mean at Stand and Deliver? I don't know what we do with Dark State at Stand and Deliver. I mean, we have got the Tony D'Angelo family that are very interested in Dark State. So it could be that they are thinking of getting involved, but actually they won't be able to get involved because it could be that Tony and the family actually take Dark State out or attack Dark State. Dark State might want to get involved in that triple threat, but I wouldn't be shocked actually if Tony and his family get involved today, which then might set up Dark State versus the family for Stand and Deliver. 9.Holiday said, stand in 6'3" with a weight of solid, meaty 235 pounds. with a record of 69-1. 69. The Big Boomer, Daze. Thank you, my friend. Was that my intro? Love that. Love that for me. Akeem said, Day 1 Mania panic mode. There's no way the whole show revolves around Cena's turn and Paul Heyman's love. Paul Heyman's love. Who does Paul Heyman love more? That is WrestleMania this year. You're right. That is WrestleMania. A load of people fighting over Paul Heyman's love. Oh my God, I didn't think about it that way. That's good. Did you hear about Joe Hendry's injury? Well, I heard about it. I got told about it yesterday. I mean, it doesn't affect me because I don't watch TNA. The only way it affects me is that we were talking about potentially Joe Hendry being the person that could face Randy Orton, right? And then I was told, no, he's actually out injured at the moment. So I don't know if that injury is real or not. I don't know the situation. If he is injured, then I'm guessing that's him done for being the opponent for Randy. I don't know how realistic it was that he would be the opponent for Randy, but I do stand by the fact that if you're going to, this close to WrestleMania, do a open challenge or a mystery opponent, which would probably be the most exciting way forwards, right? That would probably be the most exciting thing, because I think if you put someone else in that spot now that's just on the roster, say Carmelo Hayes, it's going to feel very flat, no builds compared to the Kevin Owens feud. So this is why I don't know that if I was sat there in creative, which obviously I'm not, but if I was, that's why I don't know that's the direction I would look to go, because I just think that if I go and find a replacement, it's going to feel like a replacement. It's going to feel like cold, no story. There's no reason for this match apart from Kevin Owens is injured. Really, this close to WrestleMania, less than 2 weeks out, I am really thinking I need to get some excitement. I need to get some intrigue. I need to get some speculation. I need an open challenge. I need a mystery opponent. This way, I can make it feel like we're going to do something special, right? And then, of course, my problem is I need to do something special. That's where Joe Hendry does tick a box, because Joe is getting an opportunity that he should not be getting. And, he is popular. He is over. We used him in the Rumble. He got a great reaction. So that's where Joe Hendry does make sense, because, well, he's over. He's popular. I mean, you want the people to be happy. I'm not a big Joe Hendry fan. I mean, it's not a gimmick that really resonates with me, but I can see that people enjoy it. And if I was in that position of, like, trying to book the best show I possibly could, then he would be a name that I would be considering, because when his music hits, I want that pop. I want people to be like, let's go. Let's go. So, yeah, okay, here's a replacement, but here's a hell of a replacement that this was not going to happen a few weeks ago. This is the TNA champion at WrestleMania about to face Randy Orton. And people would be pleased. There'd be grumbles, of course. There'd be complaining, of course. But you just have to weigh up, like, would that be satisfactory as a replacement? As there'd be lots of speculating and all that stuff. But some people have said about Aleister Black. Some people have said about Miro. Some people have gone with lots of different names. I would try and make it as big a surprise as possible, so that, that moment of them coming out would be, as exciting as possible. I have had people getting in touch going, I see where you're coming from, but the problem with that is the person's going to lose to Randy. And my counter would be, not necessarily. There's count-outs, there's DQs, there's no contests, there's outside interference. I mean, really, it depends who it is. If it's Joe Hendry, then yeah, he would lose to Randy. Title wouldn't be on the line. Or unless you could find a way of convincing TNA to put the title on the line to make it even more special. You could say to TNA, we can have Joe Hendry at WrestleMania against Randy. Let's pretend he's not injured. we would like the title on the line because we would like the extra shock of not only is Joe Hendry here, but when he actually gets in the ring, we're going to make the announcement. This is for the TNA Championship. Randy Orton, Joe Hendry, TNA Championship match. That will add an extra level of spice to that match. And we obviously would love for Randy to go over. Now, it's amazing for Joe Hendry. Joe Hendry losing at WrestleMania to Randy Orton. Joe Hendry would snap your hand off for that. He would snap your hand off for that, right? Because just being at WrestleMania, getting that level of exposure. I mean, God, think of all the wrestlers that have got losses at WrestleMania. Sting is 0-1 at WrestleMania. There's loads of wrestlers that have got like this bad runs. Triple H's record at WrestleMania is atrocious, absolutely atrocious. Anyone that faced Undertaker as part of his streak all took losses. Like, losing at WrestleMania is no problem. It's no problem. So I think like you could have that extra layer then of drama. And then what you can do, obviously, is you've got the big news of Randy Orton's the new TNA champion. Get Randy to appear at the Impact Zone, right? Yeah, you're going down some roads you maybe wasn't really planning on. But you could have Randy go down to the Impact Zone and then, of course, do the rematch with Joe Hendry. Outside interference. Randy loses the title. Joe gets it back. Boom, done. Yeah. Was it just a fun little thing for WrestleMania? Yeah, it was. It doesn't need to be anything more than that. But I really might, creatively, I'd be like, how do I make this as big as possible? How can I make this as exciting as possible? But if you had Aleister Black or Miro, then, you know, it could be a count out. It could be a DQ. It could be that they win or lose, but it's not pinfall. It's not submission. It's not something that's going to take away their aura. Or, you know, they could win by DQ. They could win by count out. It could be a no contest, right? So there's lots of different ways that you can take these things. And really, it's about sitting down in creative with all them names in front of you, trying to find the biggest and the most exciting that people are going to really be excited by and going to really resonate. And then kind of going from there, you know? I really would just be looking for the most exciting name. I really possibly could. Braun, Solo, Sheamus, DIY, Miz, Carmelo. None of them have got a match. They could face Randy. Most of them could have Wyatt 6, tie-in history for a save too. Well, again, I have to come back to what I said. Like, it's about exciting. If you was to just have Solo go up against Randy, there's no kind of backstory there. You might be able to quickly cobble something together if Solo costs Randy at some point. But, I mean, it's going to so feel like a replacement. We know that Kevin was meant to be the match. So if you put Carmelo in there, it's going to feel like a runners-up prize. The match might still bang, but without a build, it's you really do need a big name to kind of have that excitement. Miz, you know, being added to that match, and we do Miz. I mean, that just feels like a Raw match. Carmelo against Randy just feels like a Raw or a SmackDown match. So I do get where you're coming from, and I do feel sorry for the roster in the sense of, you know, they shouldn't really miss out to a legend, but unfortunately, or like, you know, someone coming in from TNA. But my feeling on it, and it, you know, not everyone's going to agree, but my feeling on it is that you want to, at WrestleMania, give the crowd as big and as special a moment as possible. Something that's really WrestleMania worthy. And, you know, unfortunately, that is not going to mean people on the normal roster unless you give it a good build. Because the problem is with WWE, and they do have to do this, if you're in a program, you're obviously getting a lot of TV time, you're obviously getting a lot of creative moments, you're getting some good promos, they're kind of heating you up, yeah? You're bubbling away. If you're not involved in that, you're really taken off the boil. You put in the background, and you do just go cold. you do just go colds. You're put on the back burner. You might be sat in catering. You might just pop up backstage doing a little thing. You might be in one of those awful interviews they do in between commercial breaks. And, you do just lose your momentum. You do go colds. And you do just have to kind of wait for that next opportunity. And so, really, if we are talking about taking one of those people and trying to put them into a WrestleMania match this close to WrestleMania, I don't know that that's the direction I would personally go. But, no, there's people out there that will, fight the fight for the roster. And I can respect that, because that's always my argument with celebrities, is that, you're bringing a celebrity in that's taking a spot away from someone that's on the roster. But it's a little different, because I wouldn't replace that celebrity with someone from the roster with only like a week or so to go. I would want a proper build. I would want a proper build. And we're just not going to get that with the Randy match now, because there's no time. So that's, I think, the dilemma that we're facing with it. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they fix that. Edwards, I don't know why I keep reading these out. I'm desperately trying to save my voice a bit. Let's go over here. And copy this.
Edward Brown LFC 1, the baddest on the planet. Daze, real quick. What if Randy is added to the Cena v Cody match as guest ref? All three have amazing history, and we could get the Randy heel turn there as well. Just imagine the shock on people's face.
I'm done with guest refs, to be honest, buds. I really don't. I hate them. I don't like them, because I just think that it's always obvious that they're going to play a part. In some way, something's happening, and they're not going to call it down the middle, or there's going to be a turn, or there's going to be accusations that they're cheating. I mean, really, the guest ref is there to stir up the drama, but it does it in, I think, quite a lazy way. I mean, look at the Bianca one that we just had, where as soon as it was announced you're going to be the special guest ref, every single one of us was like, what? How does that make any sense? Of all the people to put in that spot, she is the absolute worst. The absolute worst. Like, she's right in the middle of this feud, and you want her to referee this thing. And of course it all broke down. And of course it was, and Adam Pearce then came out and went, well, I was pretty stupid for doing that. And it's like, in respect, that was a mistake. And it's like, yeah, like, I don't know. I sort of think the product can be better than that. I'm just not a fan of guest refs. I think you could maybe make a case for a guest ref if it's someone that's not connected to the feud. But then, to be honest, is it just a way of getting them connected to the feud? So I don't know. I'm not a fan. Jim said, not every match that's been at WrestleMania would be considered WrestleMania worthy. And that is very correct. That is very true. I think, though, that is what I would label as bad booking. I mean, if you've got a match that's not really considered WrestleMania worthy, then why did we book it? Why didn't we build it better? Why? So for me, I would not be settling. I would not be satisfied with just putting something on that WrestleMania card of that'll do. To be honest, in the past, I think there was a different way of thinking to now. I think we've evolved. And I think in the past, this is why you will find WrestleManias that are absolutely chocked full of matches that are not WrestleMania worthy. I mean, we've done a lot of going back and rewatching matches. I mean, we watched WrestleMania 6 the other day, a show that I've seen quite a few times. But I have not watched it in 4 years, right? And Hercules came out, and it was right near the main event, right? And I remember saying, well, I can't remember who his opponent is, but it's got to be a babyface. But what babyface is there? Because we'd seen Dusty, and we had seen Jake the Snake, who was a face at that time. And we knew that Hogan and Warrior were in the main event. And in my head, I was like, who have they got to face Hercules? And it was flipping Tito Santana. Tito Santana, right? Who I know was had a bit of popularity in 1990, but not loads, to be honest. I mean, that was a bathroom break match. That match is not WrestleMania worthy. And I was kind of like, why is this on this show? And why is it this high on the cards? So I completely agree that there are matches that can be found very, very easily that are not WrestleMania worthy. And we're not even talking like Vince Brett. That's WrestleMania worthy. It's just it turned out to be a terrible match. Right, we're not talking retrospectively, we watched it back and it sucked and it shouldn't have been on the card. Going into the match, that should be there because it all ties back to the Montreal Screwjob and how Brett was treated. And do you know what I mean? So that, of course, is WrestleMania worthy. It's just the match absolutely sucked. And in retrospect, you wouldn't have done it, right? But there's loads of matches that get booked that you go, why is that on the cards? Why is that on WrestleMania? So, yeah, I do completely agree. But my counter would be, well, you would always want to avoid booking those, wouldn't you? You wouldn't want your name attached to those. You wouldn't want to work for creative and be known for putting on, flipping whatever god-awful match. Like, you would want to find the biggest match possible rather than just settle in and go in. That'll do. Rich said, do we think Sting will come back to induct Lex Luger? Last I heard, there hadn't been any word on that, so there's been no conversation on that topic. I think there is a chance that he could, but I don't know if Tony is going to be like really petty about it. I wouldn't blame Tony if he was. I know there will be people out there that are like, God, I can't believe it, how petty, not allowing his friend to be there. But to be honest, there's a lot of kind of water that's under the bridge. There's a lot of stuff that goes on between the two companies that I don't think people see in the real world. For example, I've said before, I know that WWE have put pressure on toy retailers to say, if you take the AEW figures, we're not going to give you good deals on the WWE ones. And they are fighting, a lot like what you're seeing with Trump and the tariffs, where he is going out to all the countries saying, right, you're going to pay, 10%, we're going to put on your products or more, and he's got this back and forth. There's things like that happen in the wrestling world behind the scenes. There was a conversation WWE had with Madison Square Garden where they said, if any other wrestling company comes in, you will never get WWE again. Like, we just won't run the Garden, and you won't have our business. And they put pressure on like Madison Square Garden that way. Now, I believe that's been relaxed. But to be honest, I still don't think AEW has run the Garden. I don't think AEW has run Madison Square Garden, which you would think they would have. I think Ring of Honor have. I don't think WWE were too bothered by that. And I think New Japan have. And I don't think WWE were too bothered by that. But I don't know that TNA ever did. And I don't know that AEW ever have. And that's another kind of rumor that's done the rounds, or a bit of news that's done the rounds, that those conversations have gone on. So if you're Tony Khan and you've got a lot of this going on, like, he's also accused WWE of contract tampering. And do you know what? I reckon there's a good chance they have. I reckon there's a really good chance. Whatever WWE could do to disrupt AEW behind the scenes. I mean, we've heard that WWE got in touch with, was it Vice, and said, we don't want you showing MLW on TV, right? We're not happy with MLW being on your network. If you do that, we'll pull our programming. And actually, Vice took WWE to court and won. I think it was settled, actually, to be honest. It was settled, but it was settled because, there was something to it. So WWE does a lot of this stuff behind the scenes. So I sort of feel like for now, them to go, oh, we would love to have Sting, but don't know if Tony's going to let him. Do you know what I mean? Tony's like, oh my God, no, you're not having him. You're not having him. It's one of those where he probably should let him go because the optics are just not going to look good, are they? The optics aren't going to look good. So he probably should just let him go. But I promise you, there's lots of reasons as to why Tony might want to dig in and say no on it, you know? To be honest, I mean, I'm very much this way as well. And that is that I just like to stick in my lane as well. I don't... Do you know what I mean? I get sent like clips of other content creators and stuff like that. And like, I don't watch it, not interested in it. But most of the time they're news videos and we all get the news from the same places. Sean Rossap, Fightful, blah, 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 blah. I just don't need to watch those other channels. I don't need to be tagged in their news videos, right? And so I don't watch them. I don't feel a need to watch them. I just mind my own lane. And I could sort of understand Tony kind of being similar in the sense of I'm focused on what I'm doing. Like another wrestling company wanting one of my guys for their Hall of Fame is like, I'm not interested. It doesn't do anything for me. I'm not interested. I've got Dynamite to do. I've got Collision to sort. I've got TV deals. I've got issues over here. Like, do you know what I mean? Something to do with some other company. I'm not interested. You know, I can really understand that when you've got so much else to focus on. I can really understand that. Hannah said, Daze, another episode of NXT with Vince not pushing Triple H's NXT guys back when they got called up. What wrestlers would you say Triple H has not booked well that did well in HBK's NXT? I think it's hard. I just think it's hard. I think creative's hard. I don't think it's really... I don't think the question is quite right in the sense of... I think Triple H looks at the landscape of Raw, SmackDown, WWE, and he's got so many pieces to play with. I mean, actually trying to get the pieces to fit. It's kind of like, how would you word it? It's kind of like a jigsaw puzzle that's blank. Imagine a blank jigsaw puzzle that has got pieces that will fit together lots of different ways, right? It's not that there's only one way to do the puzzle. The pieces are quite, generic. And so that means that they will fit together, right? But at the end of the day, the picture is still blank. And it's kind of like you put the pieces together to build a picture for WrestleMania. And then as soon as you're done with that, you break it all apart and then you have to build it again, right? A new picture for Money in the Bank. Same pieces, but maybe you'll get some new pieces that get brought in. But you've got your old pieces as well, and so you have to build a new picture. Some pieces won't get used because you can't use all the pieces. So some people might, some pieces might miss out, but you build a new picture and then you break it up again and then you go again for Survivor Series or Money in the Bank or whatever. And you're just doing that again and again and again and again and again. So I think like to have some talent that's come up that is like, say, a Dragon Lee, right? Who I don't even think was used all that well down in NXT. But like to have like a Dragon Lee that's come up and, not find a way of fitting him in, it's hard because, well, you've got Rey Mysterio and obviously you've just managed to get Penta. You've now got Rey Fenix, both of those guys skipping NXT. And so now when you're doing something that's lucha, then, you might turn to one of those rather than a Dragon Lee. So like a Dragon Lee, when he was in NXT, might have been the only lucha or might have been one of the only singles luchas. Whereas on the main roster, it's not the same. So you're not really comparing, like, the pictures aren't the same. It's kind of hard to compare. The main roster is so much bigger with massive names, massive talent. I mean, if you can say, like, who was used well in NXT that's not used well on the main roster, or who had more opportunity in NXT that's not got the same opportunity on the main roster. I mean, there's loads of names, isn't there? I mean, like, you'd be looking at a Pete Dunne, for example. You'd be looking at a Karrion Kross. You'd be looking at a Finn Balor. I mean, you've got all of those kinds of names, but I don't necessarily blame Triple H for that. I don't blame him for that because, do you know what wasn't in NXT? Randy Orton, CM Punk, Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins. Like, those names weren't in NXT at the same time. So with NXT, it's just constantly bringing people through, isn't it? Like, you know, it will develop people. They'll get to the top. They'll go to the main roster. And it's just constantly doing that. So these people are just, you know, they're watching the people that are ahead of them. They're watching those people move on. But in WWE, those people ahead of you, they don't move on until they retire. Until they retire or creative finds a way of rotating them out. But, you know, you've got people like Roman, you've got people like Punk, you've got people like Brock, you've got people like Seth. You know, these are names that are always around that main event scene. So it's hard to kind of get up there. Whereas with NXT, the system is completely different and it all naturally comes through. So this is why, like, having a go at Triple H when the system is so different, and not that I'm saying you was, but I've seen people like Triple H doesn't know what he's doing. He can't book as well as Shawn. It's like, they're not the same systems. They're not the same systems. You're not comparing apples with apples. Like, NXT is completely different. People don't hang around, you know, normally. I know Johnny did for a while and Tommaso. But, you know, you work your way through. They then get promoted, but it just doesn't work that way on the main roster. So, yeah, I mean, there's lots of people that did well in NXT that are now trapped in the mid-card or, you know, have been released. I mean, it's a fight. As soon as you get called up, you're in a battle. You're in a fight. I mean, I suppose in a way you're in a fight in NXT, but I would say it's an easier fight. I mean, really, in NXT, as long as you can put in the work, learn wrestling, which, you know, you'd like to think most people could, if you really dedicated yourself and learned, you know, wrestling and learned the moves and really took on board what Shawn was telling you and the trainers were telling you, and you learned. I mean, some people will struggle and they won't make the cut, but I would have to think that a lot of people would be able to take that information in, apply it, and pass that part, right? The next part's maybe the harder part. And that is finding your character, like finding your voice. What do you represent? What are you trying to communicate? What's your presentation like? Which is a little bit out of your hands, but I think you can, I would imagine there's feedback there. I would imagine that you can kind of go back and say, Shawn, I think I really need to lean in this direction, you know, and have a bit more back and forth, a bit of a conversation, but, you know, we see people's music change and presentations change in NXT. So that's the harder part, I think, because I feel like the one thing is in your control. You can control whether you put the work in and learn. The other thing isn't in your control, and that is, are you going to get over with the crowds? You know, people search and search and search to try and get over with the crowds, and that's the hard thing. Now, if you can tick both of those boxes, learn with your promos, learn with your wrestling, develop and all that, and get a character, that's how you then make it to the main roster. And obviously you need the right personality. We spoke about that before. If you're going to be a problem backstage, you ain't going to make it. So you've got to tick that box as well. But if you get to the main roster, it becomes different then. Because you could have a good character, not a great character. You could be good on mic, good in the ring, and still not get opportunity. Look at Karrion. Look at Karrion Kross. I cannot tell you he is a bad wrestler. I cannot tell you he has a bad look. I cannot tell you that he is a bad promo. I cannot really point to any fault. There is nothing there that I can say he is not doing, right? And the sad truth is that sometimes you're maybe just a bit unrequired. Like, Carrion is just not needed at the moment, like, is the truth. And the truth is that it's not his fault. It's just not needed. We can't find a way of fitting him in. He's not like a big guy like a Braun or a Bronson. You don't put Carrion into a meat match. So he's not that. He's not a luchador, so if ever we need lucha and flipping and all of that, he's not that. He's a guy that'll go in there and smash you, you know? He's someone that'll go in there and brawl and fight, but he's got a technical side on the mat, jiu-jitsu. He brings holds, but like, we've got guys like that. Do you know what I mean? We've got guys like that. We've got people that can tick that box. And so he just finds himself waiting for opportunity. And, you know, Carrion, I really feel sorry for. I mean, Finn Balor, I can't tell you he's a bad wrestler. I can't tell you that he can't cut promos. I can't tell you that he doesn't have a character. But he also is someone that just struggles, because when you get to the main roster, it's about getting opportunity, really. It's about, if you've got a great character, you can really get somewhere quick. You know, if you're like Penta, who really stands out, you know? If you're like Jey Uso, who's got the yeet in and he's got the hand thing, he's got the connection with the crowds. Like, there's lots of ways that you can go from being good to great. But again, you need opportunity. Look at the opportunity Gunther had. He had loads of opportunity. Look at the opportunity Jay's had. He's had loads of opportunity. They've invested loads of time into him. So, can you say the same is true of Carrion? No. Definitely no. Finn, I think's had a lot invested in him because he's in Judgment Day and they're on TV all the time. So, you know, maybe you could make an argument Finn could have done more. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's quite right to say Triple H has, like, dropped the ball with people or whatever. I think it's just... it's hard to get people into the mix all the time, and I would like to see Carrion get more opportunity, though. Seeb said, if Sean puts himself forward to face Randy, Sean Hubbard's, Michaels, he's been saying he's ready for a match or two. Even Flair, he wants his 100th retirement match. I've not heard Sean saying that he could have another match. I think Sean, I don't know that Sean's mobility is all that great. I don't know. I'm certainly not expecting that. I'm pretty confident he's done. Daze, what do we think is next for the Wyatt Six? Well, I think they'll appear at WrestleMania. I would hope that they'll be there. I think that they, you know, could kick off a new feud, and yeah, should be seeing them soon. I'm not too worried about them, to be honest. I mean, they've not been released or anything along those lines. So yeah, I expect to see them. I'm pretty chill about it, to be honest. Can we see Rusev back in a WWE ring? Said B930 channel. Yeah. He's been and met with them, hasn't he? So it's looking pretty good for Miro Rusev. It's just what gimmick do you give him? How do you present him? Because we can't do the Russian thing, and I know that we had kind of stepped away from that, and we were leaning towards the Bulgarian brute, but I think that fits a little better. But to be honest, I think that he was at his best when he was with Lana and he was doing the Russian thing. I think the Bulgarian thing, there's nothing to the Bulgarian thing. I mean, he's the Bulgarian brute. Okay. What does that mean? It means he's from Bulgaria and is a brute. I mean, there's no beef with Bulgaria. You know, with Russia, that obviously conjures up thoughts and feelings, right? Traditionally, they are the enemy. But no one feels that way about Bulgaria. You might as well be known as the Ecuadorian equinox. It just doesn't mean anything. It doesn't do anything. Like, it's... So I don't know how you present him. I don't know what you lean into. I don't know what his character is. I don't know what his promo style is like. I really feel like he needed a new, fresh coat of paint. I can't remember what he was called in AEW. He had a different name, didn't he? Was it the Redeemer? That's in my head. The Redeemer. I don't know if that would work. Honestly, I think, yes, we get him back, but how do you present him? Rich said, can we see any returns for Mania? Well, I think you will always have something up your sleeve, wouldn't you? So, yeah, I could see something. I would not be shocked if Becky was there. I think Becky is someone we've been waiting for a long time. So for her to come back at Mania, I think would make a lot of sense. Wyatt Six people have been waiting for them to show up at Mania, I think makes a lot of sense. I haven't heard any rumors of Asuka, apart from she's meant to be coming back more May time. Same with Kyrie. But the thing is, they might be cleared in May. There's no reason as to why you can't bring them back at Mania. Ilya Dragunov's still a long way off, so nothing there. So, yeah, Aleister Black, they're kind of teasing he's going to come back on the 25th of April. And in regards to Miro, there's no word. Last I heard was like September. And to be honest, that felt a long way off. And then word came out that he was having conversations with WWE. And so that return might actually be sooner than what was reported. So, yeah, I definitely would be surprised if we didn't get any surprises. I'm expecting something, but hard to say exactly what it's going to be. Uncle Rebel, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate it. William, shout out to you. Let's see what Hannah has got to say.
Hannah Dewey. Daze, an interesting article was saying WWE has to not do the mistake of signing so many free agents like what AEW did. Mm. Would you agree with this, as if you ask yourself, do we need people like Miro?
I do agree. I do think that there is a thing with wrestling, though, which is wrestling fans always want shocks, surprises, what's next. I mean, I suppose that's probably true of TV shows. You know, you don't really want to tune into your favorite TV show to see a mid-episode. You want the flipping world to explode, and you want, like, you know, divorces and relationships, new relationships and whatever, right? So maybe it's not only true of wrestling, but I think with wrestling fans tune in and they want OMG moments. I mean, that's kind of what we've been starved of this WrestleMania season, is real OMG moments. And even the ones that we've got have been questionable, right? I mean, I'm thinking yesterday with the favor for Seth. I've seen enough reaction to that to know that people aren't madly in love with that. They're not down on it, but I think our initial reaction of questioning, is that how that works? Like, you owe me a favor now. I feel like that's kind of what the wider wrestling fan base have expressed as well, right? So people want OMG moments, people want big developments, and so where you've got people available, if they've got a certain level of name value, then of course you're going to be interested. I mean, look, if Aaliyah becomes available, I don't know that WWE are going to look at her as, oh, let's bring her back, because you bring her out, she never really did much when she was in WWE. And so as a result, people will not care, right? You're really bringing her in to build her up from scratch. So someone like that, you'd go, But someone like Miro, who had an impact and was at WrestleManias and in a lot of stories, that one hits a little different. Same with Aleister Black. That one hits a little different. But yeah, it is true. I mean, we brought Carrion back, And I mean, really, it's been awful. It's been absolutely awful. Since he came back, what have we really done with him? I mean, we put him in Final Testament, but what did Final Testament do? I mean, people can point to that Wyatt Six feud, but it was awful. It was rubbish. Carrion shone on social media, but there was times where we were having to watch like Raw talk or recap or Raw talk or whatever it was. Raw talk. It's Raw recap now, isn't it? We were watching Raw talk to find out what they were going to say because they didn't even get him on the show. You know, like when it was him with The Miz. Sometimes we didn't get those segments on Raw. We had to watch Raw talk to get the interview with Carrion. It's just been absolutely atrocious. So, yeah, I mean, you look at that one, you go, why did you even bother bringing him back? I'm sure Carrion doesn't mind too much because I'm sure he's getting paid very well. But Carrion is also someone that wants to add to his legacy. There is more to life than just money. Like, people want to add to their legacy. They want to continue to, you know, build their legacies. And you can't do that if you're sat in catering. You're going to struggle to do that on Raw Talk. So, yeah, there is very much something to not just bringing loads of people back and flooding WWE with talent for the sake of it. This is where Triple H really needs to have a look and see what gaps has he got, you know? The ideal way of doing it is, yeah, sometimes you might do it because you want to have a surprise. You want to inject something into the some new fresh blood. Because the thing is, you bring an Aleister Black back and you've got all these new matchups. But if you're not going to do those matchups, what's the point? You brought Karrion Kross back and, you know, what big feuds have we engaged with him over the years? I mean, very little. Because he gets on TV, very little. So it's not worth doing if you don't have long-term plans for them. I think sometimes, though, the truth is that they see someone available. They think, oh, that would be good for after WrestleMania, the Raw after WrestleMania or the SmackDown after WrestleMania. We can bring them in. That's going to inject some new options. And, you know, people will be excited. It'll get people talking. And really, I don't know that the thinking goes much beyond that. That's the extent of the thinking. And I think that's a little bit flawed. It's hard, though, because you know, it's hard to project too far into the future. I do think it would be better if they looked at the roster and they were like, right, well, we've got big guys. We've got high flyers. We're really struggling with tag teams. And, like, what can we do with tag teams? And then trying to, you know, fix that and seeing what tag teams are available. Or can you make some teams with people on your roster and then that might leave gaps in your men's roster and then you can bring in a Miro? Do you know what I mean? I don't know that work gets done. That would be very insightful, actually, if there was a show that really showed that side of things. We never get to see really those conversations, maybe because the information is a bit too sensitive. You really don't want to be kind of sharing how you feel about certain characters. If they're hot, if they're cold, it's not really working, but we can put these two together. I mean, that's the side of the business that we haven't really exposed. We haven't put the camera in that room with those talks going on. But I would love to see that. But yeah, there is definitely an argument to be had about not bringing in loads of people and just flooding your roster with, you know, people which you can never get to. Because if you put someone on TV for a little bit, take them off, I mean, they're just going to be cold, aren't they? You've got to really invest in people to get them somewhere. You can't just have them do a feud and then go away for a few months, bring them back, go away for a few months and just cycle through people. You've got to kind of keep that momentum going. Calvin
Houston. Daze. HH continues to cross every single line with Austin Theory. Last night was the worst for him. He and Waller lose to Alpha Academy and then gets humiliated by some comedian.
Was that off TV? If it was off TV, honestly, I don't think it matters. I see people getting upset about people losing on like main event and stuff like that. It doesn't matter. If you're on main event, then you're just not in their plans for that week. They might have bigger plans for you, but if you're on main event, it doesn't really matter what the result is. You're already on main event. If you're on main event, you've already had a bad week, right? People got upset about Penta being on main event. So to me, I tried to look a little bit bigger than that, and it's okay for Penta because he was used on Raw the week before, he was used the week after, but there was people moaning about him being on main event, and I could understand why people were frustrated, because just being on main event is not good for that week because it means you're not going to be on Raw. But the truth is, they don't want to put people on Raw every single week. We just spoke about not leaving people in creative, but equally there is overexposure as well. If you had Penta wrestling a match week after week after week, you'd soon get bored because, there's only so much you can do, really. And actually, a Penta match should feel, okay, let's go. Penta's wrestling this week. That'll be good. So there is overexposure as well. So there is a balance between the two. There is a sweet spot, and it's always hard to hit that sweet spot. And, this is where people can get a bit frustrated. But in regards to Theory, I think the truth is that they just don't have any plans for that team. And so if they've used them on main, is it better that they're on TV or off TV? That's an argument that rages. Some people think it's better that they're just not on TV at all. If they're going to have them jobbing out, just don't even have them on TV. But it doesn't mean that he's not salvageable. It just means he's on the back burner. It doesn't mean that we can't break that group up and find something good for him, past WrestleMania. But it definitely means that, there's nothing for them at WrestleMania.
Lisa Brown. Daze, if you go back to the Paul, Seth stomp spot, Seth didn't pull back on the stomp. Paul moved back out of Seth's path. If Paul didn't move, Seth would have done it. So Seth isn't owed a favor.
I don't think he's owed a favor anyway, but unless they pre-agreed, I don't think there's any favor that's owed. Tharuka
Eparachi. Lyra was also on latest main event show Wrestling Zoe.
Here we go. Chibo said, when do you go to the toilet? Do you have a bottle that you wee in now? I don't need to, but to be honest, I go to the bathroom before starting a stream, and I just don't need to. I don't need to go. My bladder's good enough for me to not need to go like 4, 5, 6 hours. During the longer streams, that's fine as well. We've done 10-hour streams, and that's fine. To be honest, if I'm doing a stream like that, I'll probably go to the bathroom as soon as the stream is finished. But, thankfully, I'm still young, you see. So right now, that's fine. As I get older and my bladder starts to fail and starts to weaken, I might start having to step away. But as of right now, this is how you know that when I say I'm 21, I really do mean it. Because if I was actually a boomer, I wouldn't be able to do what I'm doing. Potter Dill said people are thirsty for a Ryback return. I'm sure that's true. I see nothing but love for Ryback when I look online. But then saying that, I see nothing but love for everyone when I look online. Online is just full of joy, love, and understanding. So, yeah, I'm sure. I'll tell you what, if Ryback faces Randy, that will be a surprise. I can confirm that. I don't want to speak for the wrestling community, but if it does turn out to be Ryback that comes walking down to face Randy Orton, then I'm going to say it right now, the wrestling community will be surprised. That will be a shock, yes. EO Sky was hot last night, says Kevin. Kader said, Daze, you're the oldest 21-year-old I've ever seen. Easy to go to the bathroom when you wear no pants. Boomer logic, says Carla. Daze has got a catheter. Daze, you don't drink a lot of water. No, well, that's true, actually. If I was sat here drinking all the time, that'd be different, wouldn't it? But I don't really drink too much. So that definitely plays the part. That is true. But also, I'm young. That plays a bigger part. Edward told me that Daze wears nothing on his bottom half of these streams because he's got an under-the-desk camera. It's actually not an under-the-desk camera. It's actually Edward is under the desk, which will surprise no one. But that is actually where Edward lives. And for some reason, he pays me for living there, like rent. So, I don't know. He loves it. He loves it. I get some money for it. He has the time of his life, and no one's complaining. James said, hello. Aaron said, I really want more for Andrade. Yeah, that's another name. After WrestleMania, I love watching him against Johnny. That's my favorite match. There's another name. I think he's suffered from the same thing, really, where you've got Penta, you've got Phoenix, and, you know, maybe some of those matches Andrade could have been involved in. He's another one. I mean, well, I take that back. I was about to say, here's another one that I can't find a fault with, but we can all find the fault. He doesn't speak English. So there is obviously a barrier there with his promos. It's not as impactful if you have to have subtitles. It's not as impactful. Like, the Shinsuke ones are really good, but, you know, they can't deliver the kind of promos that we saw Seth deliver with Paul. They can't deliver those promos where they say a line and instantly the crowd go, oh, what did they just say? No way. Like, they can't deliver those unless they've got a translator there, but then there's obviously a delay because they're going to say it and then the translator's got to translate it, and that is a real barrier. I think WWE have still not quite found a way of making that work. I think the closest we've got is the way we do Shinsuke with the subtitles and his pre-recorded ones, because we just make him look like a badass. He looks really cool in those vignettes, and the words that he's saying when you read the subtitles are great. It still doesn't quite hit the same as, you know, Seth kind of coming out and pointing out a few home truths and the crowd being, like, engrossed. And that's the barrier, really. So, I mean, he definitely needs a mouthpiece. I think Zelina Vega, but they're really trying to make Zelina Vega be a champ, you know, and be her own wrestler, her own woman. And I don't know. I mean, it's working for some people. It's not working for everyone. I see people that are big Zelina Vega fans. She's got her supporters. She's got quite a good support, actually, but I don't know. I don't think the numbers are necessarily showing that she is, you know, up there with the Rheas and the Livs and the Biancas and whatever. So, I don't know. I mean, at what point do you look at it and go, I just don't think this is going to happen, but we can find something really good for you. Like, we can make you a manager of a stable, you know, and we can make you a key character. But actually, in-ring wise, I'm not sure. In-ring wise, you might forever be a bit part player. We might be able to get you to a world title, you know. We could have a win of Money in the Bank with the title up for grabs, or have a win Money in the Bank and cash in, you know. So we might be able to get her to a world title. So, I don't know, perhaps she'll want to try and do that, but can we see her being a multi-time champion around the main event all the time when you've got Rhea, Liv, Bianca, and all of those girls? You know, I hate to say it, her size is a problem. Just like how Ray's size has been a problem for him in his career, you know. If he was bigger, I'm sure he would have had more main events and more world titles than what he's got to his name. And I think she's going to face similar. So, don't know, it's a tricky one, but for me, Andrade was always at his best when she was by his side. Moldy Spoon, shout out to you. Calvin, shout out to you. I will get to your comment because it looks interesting.
The Moldy Spoon. Can't wait for A-lister to return. Was so excited when he debuted against Cody in AEW. Hobb was underutilized and the whole run was held back.
Yeah, I can't comment about AEW because people know I don't watch it, but I think he's a great talent. He was someone that I really enjoyed down in NXT, and he's someone else that I think when he came up didn't quite land, ended up going, and as I said, I can't really comment about his AEW run. Here we go.
Calvin Houston. Honestly, do you think HHH even cares about the sympathy fans have for Austin Theory?
Calvin, shout out to you. So, do I think fans care about the sympathy they have for Austin Theory? No. I don't think Triple H really thinks that way. And to be honest with you, I don't think he should think that way, because I think pretty much every wrestler has got support from fans to some degree. Like, you will find Charlotte Flair stans. There are people that refer to her as my queen and stuff like that. So even someone that's getting a lot of hate and negativity by the majority, you can still find that they've got support. And I think the truth is for all wrestlers, because, you know, all wrestlers kind of connect with someone somewhere in the world, right? That's my guy, that's my girl. So, no, I don't think he's got sympathy for Austin Theory's fans. I think he is doing what he thinks is best for WWE. And I think the brutal fact is that Austin Theory just wasn't ready when he was kind of brought up. I think Austin Theory, and I can say this as an Austin Theory fan, right? So I'm not saying anything from a disrespect point of view. I'm talking from a realistic point of view. When I look at Austin Theory, I see a future world champion. Right? I see someone that can go on to be a future world champion. I see someone that should go on to be a future world champion. He's got a good physique. He's got a charismatic personality. He was really fun when he was in The Way, the group down in NXT with Johnny and Candice and Indy. And actually, I wish that group had stayed together, because I think Indy would still be with us. I think it was a really fun way of presenting Austin Theory, be it as a babyface or as a heel. He was kind of presented as a bit of a goof, a bit of a klutz. He was kind of bringing a bit of comedy. But the difference was when the bell rang and it was time to have a match, he could deliver in the ring, right? And so I suppose in a way a bit like R-Truth. R-Truth's obviously a comedy character, but when it's time to go in the ring, like, he's got something about him, right? He does do a little bit of messing around at times, as he's kind of leaned more into the comedy character. But R-Truth can go. Make no mistake about it, R-Truth can do some work in the ring. And the same is absolutely true of Austin Theory, who's very good in the ring. But I think once you actually took him out of that group, put him on the main roster on his own, he was obviously out of his comfort zone. It was very much sink or swim. He had Vince with him, obviously doing those segments. So I think they really did believe, or Vince believed, in Austin Theory. I think Vince liked what he saw. Good physique, young guy, probably saw like a young John Cena, like a young Randy Orton. And I think we can see that as well. I don't think people don't see what Theory has got, but it's just, can you get that connection with the crowds? Can you get him to deliver great promos? Can you get the crowd to really care about him? There's people that do, but there's probably more people that just feel very cold towards him. And actually, when he had the Money in the Bank, they botched his creative. You know, I mean, should they have pulled the trigger and put the world title on him? They thought not. They ended up giving him a mid-card title. And, I mean, it was rubbish. He failed his cash-in. And then I think competed for the US title shortly after and ended up winning it anyway. So we did this really messy story, which I would love to find out one day why the hell we did all of that. Why we didn't just have him cash in on a world title like you would expect someone would. I had people telling me at the time, no, it makes sense. You know, he didn't think he could win a world title, so he went after the mid-card. You've got to trust the story and all this kind of stuff. Listen, when you see something that's rubbish, and you know it's rubbish, you say it's rubbish, right? It's very unlikely that it's going to be proven that actually, no, it was good, right? And, you know, that cash-in has aged as well as we thought it would. Terrible. I still regard it as the worst cash-in, because it's one thing to fail a cash-in on a world title, but to actually go after a mid-card title and then not even succeed with that is just horrible. And I just think did his character so much damage. I think they tried to repair that damage by giving him the belt shortly after, but it was a belt that he had already won. He'd already been United States champion. So he was just back to where he had been. So the whole Money in the Bank opportunity was just completely thrown away. Completely, you know, the bad booking completely ruined him. But, you know, on we go, right? We'll move forwards. And I think it's around this time he gets into the John Cena feuds. And, oh my God, you are facing John Cena at WrestleMania, and it is a game time. It is time to shine, time to go, time to bring whatever it is you've got. And he got murked in the promos leading up to it, which showed he wasn't ready. And then in the match itself was just very forgettable. Even the match against John Cena. And I do feel a bit sorry for him because, I mean, to be able to match John Cena on the mic is very, very difficult. Very difficult. And I feel sorry for him that he fell short there. And actually trying to get a good match out of a John Cena that's that inactive is also very difficult. I mean, John Cena at that point was coming in, doing a match, and then we wouldn't see him for 12 months. So to be in the spot where you've now got to get a good match out of this version of John Cena, which again, no disrespect to John Cena, but there is a universal truth, which is if you are only going to wrestle once a year, the match quality is probably not going to be very good, right? Certainly if you're an older superstar as well. Look at Undertaker towards the end of his career, constantly chasing that match that was good enough to retire. We really struggled to find it until we just ended up doing the Boneyard, right? Look how, like, his match with Bray is not really looked back on with much fondness. He's kind of whatever he did with Roman in the main event of WrestleMania 33, right? His Hell in a Cell with Shane was okay because it was a Hell in a Cell and Shane was jumping off the top of it and all that kind of stuff. But that wasn't how he wanted to go out, right? And it still was nowhere near the quality he was having with Shawn Michaels, Triple H, right? When he was a bit younger. I mean, you know, by that point, his first Shawn match was 7 years before. You know, by the time he's facing Shane, that's at WrestleMania 32. You'd have to go back 7 years for WrestleMania 25. So a lot of time had gone by since he had faced Shawn twice and Triple H twice. And really, you know, I don't think Undertaker was ever really the same after that streak ended. I don't know if I just looked at him different, but he never felt the same. And I think we were seeing him go through something that John Cena went through, which is if you just have a match once a year, you're out of the rhythm. Your body is, you know, the bumps hurt more. Your risk of injury greatly increases. So for Austin Theory to try and get a good match out of John Cena, I think was really difficult at that time. But I think there was just this kind of build-up of bad moments, be it because Theory didn't quite reach the level required, be it John Cena wasn't quite where he needed to be it the creative was bad, that it just sort of built up and the push, the momentum just really started stalling for Austin Theory. And so when Grayson Waller came up, I think the thought was, let's put these two together because, you know, that could work because Theory can show Grayson the ropes and they can travel together and, you know, we could do some fun. And Grayson has got like a real bubbly, outspoken personality, even more outspoken than Theory. So, you know, Theory can learn from Grayson. Grayson can learn from Theory. They can both improve. We could get something good here. I mean, I actually thought it was a really good pairing. But then what have they done with them? Unfortunately, the tag division has long been overlooked. So, you know, really, was we about to invest in the tag division? Not really. Not really. No, we weren't. So it means that, you know, he's just gone into a division that's really cold. And we haven't really done anything. And so he's suffered that way. The truth is, though, he's not alone because a lot of people go into different spots on the roster that are dead ends. A lot of people go into factions like Final Testament, that don't lead anywhere. Like failing and missing opportunities and things not quite going the way that you intended happens all the time. For stories to actually, you know, be executed and everything to land is probably rarer than things actually paying off. And I think, unfortunately, Theory has just found himself going down dead end after dead end after dead end, which has obviously led to frustration from the fans and his fans. There's people out there that would say he's not worth investing in. He's not reached the level required. I would say I can see reasons as to why he's struggled. I think he's worth investing in. I would love to see that team break up. I would love to see where are we now, right? Now that he's had more seasoning, more, you know, experience. Where are we now? Can he get a mic? Can he do better than when he went toe-to-toe with Cena? Can he find a way of, you know, connecting with the crowd? Would the babyface turn be the right thing? We did all of that with him as a heel. What about now as a babyface? Make him the babyface, keep Grayson Waller the heel, and let's see, you know, do the crowd get behind Theory? Does that, you know, look at what it did for Liv when she turned heel? Things weren't landing for her when she was a babyface. Everything fell into place as soon as she turned heel. And I think the same could be true for Theory, but we're going to have to wait and see. So do I think that Triple H cares about the fans and their feelings for Theory? No. But I don't think he should. I think what's more important is that we fix the things that are wrong, and that's obviously going to take time, and that's obviously a process. So I do love that because you can take Theory's name out and you can put in whoever your favorite is. And if they are struggling, it's going to be the similar sort of thing, isn't it? Harvey, let's go to here. Where are we time-wise? 7. Oh, we've still got loads of time. We've still got 43 minutes, so we're doing okay. Right, let's go to Harvey, and we'll try and work through quite a few comments. Harvey
Woodfox. Daze, who do you want to be this year's Men and Women Money in the Bank?
Well, I'm always looking for Sammy to get opportunity because we've spoken a lot today about people's shortcomings and what they're lacking. And I think Sammy's got everything. I find him to be very funny when he's put in the right situations. I find him to be very intense. I find him to be one of the best in-ring competitors. I find his promos to be very passionate. I see that he doesn't have that big imposing figure, and I think that's probably what he lacks. If he was bigger and more jacked, I think he would be a multiple-time world champion. But he isn't. He's kind of an average Joe, and I think that has kind of been what's held him back, really. But I feel a connection there because I look at him and I look at the work he puts in, and I really relate to that. I really respect that. I see someone that really is wanting this and working hard for this and is good at this as well. You know, this is a talent. He is so good in that. You could put Sammy in there against most people and he's going to give you a really great match. You could put Sammy in there against Randy and that's going to match. That match will bang. That match will really deliver. Sammy and Randy at WrestleMania would be fine, great. It would work. Even this late in the day, because Sammy is that talented. And I feel like we've got so close. Obviously, Elimination Chamber being the closest. He has had other world title opportunities. They've not felt as close. But really, what else is there for him to do? He's won mid-card titles. He's won tag titles. Really, it's just a world championship now. So I know people will be like, Penta, Bron Breakker, all of this. I ain't giving up on Sammy. I ain't giving up on Sammy. I'm still riding that Sammy train. And that's my guy. So for me personally, I would love for it to be Sammy. If it's not Sammy, that's fine. I mean, some people are thinking he might win Royal Rumble next year, which, mate, I'd be over the moon. I would be absolutely over the moon. So Sammy is my guy. I will always look for him to get it. In regards to the women, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, I really have always had a soft spot for Lyra. I think she's doing brilliant work. I think that match was a much needed match. I think that she's had some good matches, but you know, that's a match you can point to now when people are like, oh, what's Lyra ever done? Well, you can go, well, she had an absolute banger with Bayley. A lot of people think that should have been at WrestleMania. So I think, you know, putting on a match of that quality is always helpful. So, yeah, if she doesn't have the title, she would be someone that would be in my thought process. Some people would say maybe a Dakota Kai. I don't know. There's so many people that people are, like, fond of that have got a soft spot for. Some people might say a returning Kyrie, a returning... I don't know. I would go Asuka. Asuka's won it before. I don't think she needs it. Yeah, I really like Lyra. You could go Roxanne. Might be a bit quick. But you could go in that direction. I'm trying to think who's over on SmackDown. Because obviously we've got some big names over on Raw. I can't really think of too many big names over on SmackDown. Chelsea Green would be very popular. Chelsea's currently the United States champion. Don't think anyone from the Hervis. Don't really think Michin. I personally wouldn't go Zelina, but you could go Zelina if you really wanted. You could. I think there's a lot of options, to be honest. If Chelsea's lost the United States title, I would not hate that, but I wouldn't hate Lyra if she's lost the IC title either. So, yeah, good. I could listen to you doing commentary on Evolve, says Doggy Dog. Doggy Dog, shout out to you, my friend. I really enjoy Evolve. I hope you enjoy it as well. I think with Evolve, you know how we like to talk about what people are lacking and what they need to improve with. And we've just kind of done a bit of a deep dive with Theory and, you know, some of his feuds and kind of where it feels his weaknesses are and what he needs to improve and what he's good at and where we see him going and what we hope for him. I sort of feel like with Evolve, it's obviously like that, but at a much more basic level. It's really interesting to see people coming out and seeing how are they communicating that they're heels, how are they communicating that they are faces when they're people that we just don't know, we've not seen before. So how do they get those messages across? And obviously looking at their move set to see how varied is it, how well executed is it, looking at their in-ring psychology, looking at their selling, looking at their character work, looking at their presentation. It's really interesting to do it at a much more beginner level because normally by the time people are coming out to NXT, there's a lot of work that's gone on behind the scenes. And so you can see that there's gaps and you can see there's areas of improvement, but, you know, you can sort of see the work that's been done as well. Whereas with Evolve, it's obviously a much lower level. And so I think you can find more areas of improvement, let's put it that way, more weaknesses, more areas that need to be addressed. And it's kind of, I find it interesting. It's not a negative. It's not, oh, look, they don't have very many moves, or, oh, they didn't do that very well. That's not what we do. But it is, I enjoy watching that show and thinking, if this episode ended and I was backstage and it was my job to say what went well, what didn't go well, what would I say? What would the feedback be? And I really enjoy that. I enjoy testing myself with finding the negatives or the areas of weakness and finding the positives. Some people aren't interested in that. They just want to watch good wrestling. And I get that. And that's why Evolve is not for everyone. But I think for me, this is talent that's learning. And a lot of this talent are people that maybe haven't grown up watching wrestling. A lot of them have come from that Next in Line program. And so they're just like sponges. They're just trying to learn as much as they can. And I think if you've watched wrestling for a long period of time and you've seen a lot of talent come through and you've seen a lot of shoot interviews and people being told what they're good at, what they're not good at. And I've listened to a lot of podcasts. I've listened to Jim Cornette throughout the years. I've listened to Bruce Pritchard. I've heard about deficiencies that wrestlers have had and areas that they felt people needed to improve. I mean, I've done that for 30 years, right? And I'm only 21. And so you kind of like, it's fun to take that and go, okay, just for fun. If I was backstage, what would I say? Knowing what I know, what would my feedback be? Not that it matters, not that it means anything in the slightest, but for me personally, that's where I get my enjoyment from. That's where I enjoy Evolve. I think it's a different experience in the WWE world for me, because I don't think that way so much when it comes to Raw and SmackDown, because a lot of these people, you know, are obviously highly trained and they know what they're doing, and there's not much feedback you can give in regards to, you know, moves and whatever, right? But with Evolve, obviously things are a bit more rudimental, elementary, and yeah, that's where I get my enjoyment from for that show. But that show is not for everybody. I think people maybe watch it in lots of different ways and get lots of different things out of it. Some people watch it just because they want to see the next stars that are coming through. And, you know, I get that from it as well. So, yeah, I do get asked, like, when are you going to stop watching Evolve? Why are you even watching it? I do get that sometimes because there's people out there that don't get enjoyment from it or don't get it. But I have no intention of stopping. I really do enjoy those streams. Aaron, hope
Aaron
you do as well.
Hammerhand. Daze, I really hope WWE Vault do WrestleMania 9. Would really love a watch along to your first and favorite Mania.
Yeah, I would love that as well, to be honest, because it's one that I've got like a real soft spot for, and obviously I was watching all the builds, and it really is like a special WrestleMania. That WrestleMania is one of the weirdest shows, just on every metric, really. If you look at like how weird it is in regards to the fact it's like a big toga party, I mean, that's strange. If you look at it in regards to the fact that it's a WrestleMania that's in a car park, essentially. I mean, it's round the back of Caesar's Palace. It's not even there anymore, that arena. I mean, it's been, you know, it's turned into something else now. But apparently that was just temporary stands that were there for low-level boxing events and different things like that WWE looked at and went, we can do something with this. I mean, go back to 1993. I don't know if there's even an arena in Las Vegas. There's no T-Mobile Arena. There's certainly no Allegiant Stadium. So I actually don't know if there was even an arena there at that point. I mean, if there was, WWE didn't run it for that WrestleMania. It was literally some temporary stands around the back of Caesar's Palace. So, I mean, if you look at the venue, bonkers, right? Crazy. Flipping temporary bleachers that could be dismantled and taken down. And it's just round the back of a hotel. What? And we're doing WrestleMania there. So, bonkers. Then they obviously, because it was just temporary stands and whatever, they had to decorate it. They had to make it feel special. And so they went with that kind of Caesar's Palace theme, toga party theme. And so everyone, all the commentators, we've got elephants. We've got Bobby coming out on the back of an elephant. We got Macho being carried out by Vestal virgins being fed grapes. I mean, it's just, on every metric, it's insane. Like, it's insane. It's one of the most bonkers WWE shows ever. But what's so disappointing is that does not extend to the card. The card does not match that. The card is very lackluster. The card is, I mean, really, I think, wasn't it the opening match, Shawn against Tatanka, which was fine. That was, more than acceptable. And, there's moments during that thing, but there's very little that I can point to and say, oh, you got to watch this, or you got to watch that. Oh, that was amazing. I mean, that just wasn't it. Really, and I've said it so many times, the way to think about wrestling around that time, and really anything before that time, and even things after that time, was that it wasn't about match quality. It was about following the story and then finding out what was going to happen. So I suppose in a way it's a bit like now with Roman, Punk, and Seth. We're following the story, and imagine if we get to WrestleMania and the match isn't very special. People back in the day wouldn't have minded. It wouldn't have been a problem, because really it's about who's going to win and, what's going to happen with Paul Heyman. Actually, if the match was good or bad, it didn't matter. That wasn't really a concern. That wasn't something WWE were focused on. It wasn't something that the general fans were focused on. You had Dave Meltzer doing his star ratings, and you had your little IWC back then, which was, tiny, because there wasn't really much of an internet. And so it was really people that were subscribed to newsletters that kind of were so invested in wrestling that they really were kind of what the IWC have become, right? I mean, really, that was the IWC. If you were subscribed to a newsletter, getting all the insider, knowledge and rumors, that was the IWC back then. And then as the internet came in, that moved on to chat rooms, moved on to forums, Reddit and whatever, social media. And, this is where we are now. Now, it's become the IWC. But back then it was tiny, tiny, tiny. Yeah. So it's a very different time. I mean, it's a shame, really, because if we was a bit more focused on in-ring, then obviously that would be a much higher regarded WrestleMania. But the truth is, that just wasn't the focus. It was really about what was next in the stories, what was going to happen. And yeah, I can't really point to lots of great matches, but it does not bother me. And because I was a kid, and so I just love that show. I could sit and watch that show and be perfectly satisfied again and again and again and again and again. There's enough there, just fun moments, and, the Bobby bit at the start and all that kind of stuff. Like, there's just enough of those moments, the two doinks. And listen, even Undertaker standing face to face with Giant Gonzalez, I know the match sucks. I know that Giant Gonzalez sucks, but seeing the two of them face to face as a kid, you're like, mate, look at Undertaker there. He has got one hell of a challenge on his hands. And you're in it, aren't you? You're a fan. Do you know what I mean? I just sort of feel like, and I'm guilty of this, we forget the magic of wrestling sometimes, in the sense of, if we just didn't overthink it and we just watched it and didn't overanalyze it, we would maybe appreciate it a bit more. I think the truth is that the overanalyzing and the rumors and the IWC and all of that, I really don't believe that makes wrestling better. Because to be honest, I enjoyed it more than I do now when I was a kid. Because to me, everything was awesome. Everything was magical. And even something like WrestleMania 9, I did not watch that show and think it was bad when I was a kid. It's only as time has gone by and people have spoken about how it was a bad WrestleMania, and that now people do rankings and stuff, that it has now been genuinely accepted that it was a bad WrestleMania. And of course, then I think about, okay, well, if I'm going to defend it, what would I say? And you go, well, actually, yeah, I can't really think of, now that I'm looking back, I can't really think of any great matches. I can't really think of anything that's going to trouble a top 50 countdown list, you know? I don't think anything from 9 has been on that top 50 countdown list. So I sort of get it. I do understand. But I think that really does miss the magic of it. I think it really does miss the magic of it. I think it's too easy now to go, that was a bad WrestleMania. WrestleMania 9 now sucked. And it's like, nah, that ain't it. You weren't there at the time. That ain't it. But I'm guilty of that because that could be true of every show, couldn't it? I could sit here and say that, I'm not a big fan of WrestleMania 2000. I'm not a big fan of WrestleMania 15. I'm not a big fan of WrestleMania 11. And people could rightfully go, nah, that meant so much to me. That was so special. I was getting into, that was my first WrestleMania or whatever, you know? So I'm guilty of it as well. Big time Baxter. So Aaron, yes, I love WrestleMania 9.
Big time Baxter. Daze, it's wild how many years WWE can stall pulling the trigger on a Montez or Gable. It's never too late to push, but look at all these youthful free time going down the drain we can't get back.
Yeah. I mean, there is something to be said about time getting away. I mean, we're doing stuff with Gable now. I've actually seen a bit of backlash for El Grande getting a match, but I mean, that is Chad Gable, and so I'm really pleased that Chad Gable's going to have a singles match at WrestleMania. I think WWE have maybe looked at Chad and they've gone, well, he's a little bit on the shorter side. And normally if you're shorter, you would go into the lucha division or you'd be a luchador. Chad isn't that. He's more of a in-ring, like, technical wrestler. But putting him in there against some of the big monsters we've got just feels a little bit out of place. And, it's took a long time, but I think we've got to El Grande now, which is, Chad's lucha alter ego, which he denies, of course. But I actually think, where has it got us? Well, it's got us Chad Gable in a singles match at WrestleMania against Rey Mysterio. And that is fantastic. Because I don't think anyone would disagree that Chad deserves this. There probably are people out there that would rather it just be Chad wrestling as Chad. But, and they probably look at El Grande as just being like someone that cheats and, whatever. But it's Chad. It's Chad Gable. And he is going to put on an absolute banger. It is going to be an incredible match. Rey Mysterio versus El Grande. I mean, some people have said make it mask versus mask, and I'm totally down for that. Yeah, that would add to it. I'd be totally down for that. But I can't be down on El Grande getting his opportunity, Chad getting his opportunity. So I really love that we didn't just give up on Chad's. We've constantly looked to try and find how do we kind of overcome any weakness? What's the area that's a problem? What's the sticking point? Why are we not using this guy on a regular basis? I mean, I really believe that work has been done, because if I was to try and fix Chad Gable, I might put him in a faction. I might say put him in a faction. Put some people around him, make him the leader of a faction. And that's exactly what they've done twice. They put him in Alpha Academy, and now they've put him in American Mates. And then someone else has come, why don't we give him a lucha alter ego? Someone's come up with that idea, which I don't know that I would have come up with, but someone's come up with it, and I think that's great as well. So I'm really not down on El Grande Americano. I'm really not down on him. At the end of the day, this is Chad Gable, and anything we can do to get that guy into spots that he deserves, I'm all for it. In regards to, I can't remember your other example. Was it Montez? part of the problem there is I think Montez is a real nice guy. God is good. And I'm not sure Montez is really pushing to break up the Street Profits. I don't think he wants to betray his brother, Dawkins. And I have sensed a real frustration with Montez at times. There's been a couple of promos where he's spoken about what it would be like away from like the tag division. And obviously we've put him in Elimination Chamber in the past. And I mean, WWE, I think, could pull that trigger if they really wanted to. But the truth is we don't have to, because we've just got so many. You've got to make your own opportunities. WWE don't really need anyone. They don't really need anyone. So you kind of like can't wait for WWE to do something for you, because they just might not do it. Because whilst you're waiting for them to break up the Street Profits so we can pull the trigger on Montez, we're cooking away and we're bringing through Carmelo. We're cooking away and we're bringing through Trick Williams, or we're cooking away and we're bringing through Javon Evans. I mean, if you think about like who's coming through NXT, and think about the fact we're bringing in Penta, we're bringing in Phoenix. Why do WWE need to get Montez as a single star when we don't really need him? Does he need it? So sometimes maybe wrestlers aren't helping themselves, and I don't know. Montez might be in that situation, maybe because he doesn't want to. Maybe he's a bit worried about going solo and it not working. Maybe he is a bit worried as to, what it would mean for Dawkins. If Dawkins got released, I don't think Montez would deal with that very well. I think he's a really good person. I think he's a very religious person. And I think if he felt that him splitting up with Dawkins meant Dawkins got released, I think that would really tear him apart. It's a tricky one, to be honest. It's a tricky one. I don't know. I mean, I really can't speak for him, but I can only say what I previously what I feel, what I kind of see and how I read it. But I don't know, perhaps he is ready to step away, but I think he's going to have to make a bit more noise if he wants it.
Soul Vision history, but as a kid, Warrior was awesome.
Yeah, Warrior was awesome as a kid. That's true. Loved him. As an adult, you obviously find out some of the comments he's made and the frustrations the locker room had with him and all that stuff,
A.B. Jobson. Days you missed the previous 8 Manias.
I did miss the previous 8 Manias, yes. I mean, it's just when you get into it, isn't it? There's not really much I could do. By the time I was finding out that wrestling was a thing and WWE even existed, I've always believed that to be Survivor Series 92. I've always said Survivor Series 92 was the first show I ever watched, and I still believe that to be true. But something kind of blew my mind a few years ago, and that was that my uncle found an old videotape that he converted to a file, right? A computer file. It's not very long, but it is a glimpse of Christmas 1992. It's a glimpse. And to be honest, I haven't seen that in a while. I did upload it onto the channel. So it is actually available. People can watch it. Young me, Christmas 1992, round my grandparents' house. And I am young, obviously, because I was only 21 at the time. And I get given some wrestling stuff. Christmas 1992. And I think I'm even talking about what I've got. I think they're just like bubble bath things. One's Warrior, one's Hogan. And they're like statue things, plastic things that have got bubble bath inside. And that sort of blew my mind, because in my mind, the very first show that I saw was Survivor Series 92. So, I mean, I know as a kid, as soon as something grabs your attention, that's it, yeah? But considering... when's Survivor Series 92? Survivor Series is what, November, Thanksgiving. Christmas is like literally a few weeks later, 4 weeks later. So for me to already be getting WWE stuff for that Christmas kind of made me go, oh, that's interesting. Like, I must have really got into it very, very quickly. If, like, literally for that Christmas, I'm now getting WWF stuff, you know? So that really blew my mind, because in my mind, I watched it, got into it, but 93 is really the year that I'm like, you know what I mean? But actually to see a video of Christmas 92 and I'm getting stuff, you know, WWE, I was like, obviously I don't remember that. And yeah, it was kind of mind-blowing, really. So that clip's on the channel as well. I can't remember what it's called. It's probably Daze Christmas or something like that. Edwards.
Edward Brown LFC1, the baddest on the planet. Daze, can you let me out to get a sandwich, please, and a drink, and go to the toilet? I'll come right back, please. But aha, it's actually comfortable under your desk. Not gonna lie, also do you want anything?
No, Edwards, but we do have an agreement where you don't bother me during the streams. Yeah, so that's the deal. So if you need to go, just go. But I expect you to return very soon. Matt, shout out to you. 15 minutes.
Matt Carney. When it comes to heels, do you prefer them to be cold and cunning psychopaths, maybe like Lesnar, or multi-laid, slightly sympathetic creatures?
Matt, shout out to you, my friends. To be honest, it's a mixture. I mean, I don't think anyone wants the same thing again and again and again. You want a real range, don't you? So, you know, you want baby faces that are real good guys and, you know, do everything the right way. But then equally, you want baby faces that maybe will cut the odd corner. That, you know, your Eddie Guerreros. That, you know, will do a bit of cheating in a cheeky way to get the win. It's kind of you want that range. You want to see different characters, different approaches. You don't just want cookie cutter, same thing all the time. So I really can't say that I've got a preference. I think that what I can say is that whenever Brock's music hits, you do immediately go, oh my God, here we go. Like, it does instantly make you go, Jesus, this just went up a level, you know, because you know he is no nonsense. He's not coming out to mess around. He's not coming out to be goofy. You're not going to get a segment that's not going to have some sort of intensity to it. This is aggression, power, focus, determination. I mean, like, all of that comes into your mind as soon as that bum. But as soon as that hits, you go, oh my God. Because you know what you're going to get. I suppose if I had to choose, I really like that. But I wouldn't want just that. Because it wouldn't work, would it? If every time a heel's music hit, you went, oh my God, here we go. Eventually, you'd be like, oh, right, here's Brock. Braun's coming out now. Batista's here. Do you know what I mean? Like, it would just, if it was just nothing but that, it would become too samey. So, you know, like most things in life, you need moderation. You don't want everything, like, you don't want overexposure. And you want a nice blend, a nice range. Blake O2, shout out to you, said, who do you think's got the best finisher? Well, I think finishers that you can hit out of nowhere and in lots of different situations are the best. So, for example, you know, Bianca trying to do a KOD, I don't think can be labeled as the best finisher. Or an F5. You know, really anything that involves picking them up on a shoulder, a riptide, you know, or anything like that. I don't think that for me can be, because that is not it's not an out of nowhere thing, is it? So, you know, I'm going to say the RKO. You know, I'm going to say the Stone Cold Stunner. And I'm sure many of you know I'm going to say the DDT. These for me are ones that you can be absolutely down and then bang, you know, you get in a stunner, you get in a DDT, you know, you're getting an RKO, And for me, those could be hit, off the corner turnbuckle. They could be hit in the middle of the ring. They can be hit when you're down. You could be down. Someone can come over. You can pop up and bang, deliver something. Like, finding different ways to deliver those moves and doing it to just completely change the match is, I think, very satisfying. And obviously, we've seen a lot of Randy applying those very quickly. I much prefer that over a KOD, one of those kinds of things. So, there's lots of great moves, but anything that falls within that bracket would be what I would always gravitate towards. I tell you, who has just actually added an extra element to their finisher, Sol Ruka. The Soul Snatcher. She always used to do it in the corner. So she would always do it in the corner and it looked amazing. The other week, she actually used the ropes. And did it from the middle rope. And so now she's not confined to just the corner. Now she can do it using the ropes, which gives her a lot more flexibility and a lot more freedom. Because imagine that she's down and she's weak and she gets thrown into the corner, and rather than bounce against the ropes to come back like the opponent is intending, she could actually now go onto the rope and hit a Soul Snatcher, which would give it an element of out of nowhere. So I think that's an excellent development, something that she's really brought into her game. So yeah, big fan of anything that kind of fits in that bracket. I'm sure many of you are the same. But Boggle said a Spanish fly is beautiful. That can also be hit out of nowhere. It is. The only thing I would say with the Spanish fly is that you don't necessarily see it putting people away very often. It's normally a move that sets up something. If someone could find a way of like delivering it with like, I don't know, extra intensity or doing something to it that can, I don't know, make it a finisher. I do agree with you. I think people going up top looking for a suplex but reversing it into a Spanish fly is a very exciting moment. But the thing is, you do kind of need to be in the corner for it. You need to be in a certain position where you've got the person there as well. So it can be hit out of nowhere as long as you're already in the corner, maybe going for a superplex or going for a move. You kind of have to have people in a certain position. But yeah, very rare to actually see that used as a finisher, but it doesn't mean that it can't be. It can be. It's like most moves. I see some incredible moves. It's one of my frustrations where I watch Lucha Bros or something, right? Just to use them as the example. And they're doing like reverse Ranas and they're not going for pins. Back in my day, a DDT would put people away. Now we're literally flipping people backwards, dumping them on their heads with their whole body weight coming down. And that's just used as a setup move. That's just used as a move to just continue the match. And it's like, how does that make any sense whatsoever? I have had some people trying to defend that, but I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. Not when you've grown up watching wrestling from the golden era and you're seeing people flipping lose to a bear hug. Or people getting flipping clotheslined and losing matches. I mean, I know that things have changed, but even so, it's really hard to make the argument that a poison Rana or a reverse Rana shouldn't be putting people away, I think it's a sick move. I think it looks awesome. I really love it. I have no idea why it's not being used as a finisher, but listen, I'm just a boomer. I'm just an old boomer. Right, Carla. Let's see what Carla's got to say.
Carla. Is the charismatic Ricky Saints gracing us with that cute little face tonight? I am so glad I get to witness his growth. I believe he will be the upcoming star for the ending of 2025.
He's not been announced, but I'll be shocked if he isn't. Yeah, I would totally expect. Certainly after last week, where he won a championship, you know. I would imagine that we will get the follow-up to that tonight.
TJF 1983 2X Community Champion Huff. Member. Daze was their bath salts as I had Hogan, Warrior, and Bret Hart. I've tagged you in a pic.
Yes. I don't think I saw the Bret Hart one. I had Warrior and I had Hogan. I did not have the Bret Hart one. But if you've tagged me in a picture of it, I will seek it out. But the Bret Hart one is one I don't think I ever had.
Leon Gore. My favorite move is the Black Mass and the Final Prayer.
Yeah. Black Mass, I mean, that's a great one that can be hit out of nowhere, isn't it? Like the spinning kick to the face. So, I mean, yeah, they've got that element to it as well. Right, we've got 6 minutes.
Big Time Baxter. Daze, I know you didn't watch Dynasty, but the backlash was insane. You'd be surprised just how many have soured on Moxley in recent months, right, and how Death Rider's storyline is just as bad as the Devil's story.
Right. Yeah, no, I can't really comment. I mean, I think it's a shame. I think that, Moxley really is in that sort of Seth Rollins, Roman Reigns bracket in my mind. We know that if he was in WWE that, he would be still up in that kind of conversation because, well, he was a former WWE champion, used to be in the Shield. They would find ways of using him. I think he would have had a very similar career to Seth. I think that he would have been a bit more brawlerish, and we know he would have had more extreme matches. He would have pushed it as much as he could. But he would have had Hell in a Cell matches. He would have had blood. So, but I think he would have been someone that picked up the belt from time to time. I don't think he ever would have been the face of the company like Roman. But I think he would have been like Seth, where he would have been second, maybe third, but he still would have been used on a regular basis. So for him to go, find himself in the position that he's in, go to AEW, get a big spotlight on him, and for it to not really work, I think is a shame, really. I think it's a shame. I feel sorry for him, really. Maybe I shouldn't. Perhaps it's of his own doing, Perhaps there's something missing there, but it's hard for me to comment because, as I said, I've really not watched since like January 2024. So interesting if there is a backlash, which I believe
the
there is.
Sunny Wolf. Hey, Wrestling Daze. I won't be in the members stream tomorrow because I'll be out at the movies for my birthday. Ooh. Then after McDonald's, I should be back around 6 or 7 p.m.
No worries. Hope you have a good time, my friends. Shout out to you. Happy birthday. Sean
Rousset. People should be surprised when he returns whenever that is. Looking up all the info will spoil it for yourself.
I don't know who that's in reference to, but yeah, I mean, it is true. Looking up information and spoilers and whatever is obviously going to take some of the magic away, whoever that's regarding. James?
Days, I got the signed Uncle Howdy and Dexter Loomis cards other day. I know digital is different from physical, but still pretty cool to own.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. And it's about what you enjoy as well. I mean, that feeling of... I don't try to include digital in Unseen because I actually get tagged quite a bit in digital. So I feel like it would kind of make the community folders quite big. I don't know, James, if you've been really inspirational. I would imagine you have. But I feel like quite a few people are actually engaging in the digital game, even more so than the trading card, like normal version. Like it seems like this comeback of the digital game has been really well received, and actually get quite a few people going, look at this card I got, look at this card I got. And so I get tagged quite a bit in digital cards. But yeah, it's about what you enjoy, isn't it? I mean, if you get that joy of purchasing a pack, I bought some back in the day, so I don't know if it's still the same, but it used to be you'd buy a pack, you'd get it, and then it would like open the pack, and then you'd have the cards laid out, and then you'd press them, and it would reveal what was what you'd got. And then of course if you get something really special and it goes in, it's awesome. I don't know if you can sell them or what you can actually do with them, but that does feel like it could be the future. I know they would love for it to be the future, where you've got your whole card collection just on your phone in an app, and I think it would be good if you actually got an autograph card, if they sent you the autograph equivalent, in the post, because that side of it, I think that bit of it is like that the person hasn't actually been in front of that exact item, and I think that's the magic, isn't it, with an autograph, is that that Bailey or whoever actually sat there got a pen and actually signed that actual item. And I think that for me is missing with the trading card game. That I think it'd be really good if we could get to the point of, if you get an auto, it corresponds to an actual auto that they then send in the post to you. If it can get to a place like that, I mean, to be honest, I don't think we need base cards, like, physical ones. I don't think they're needed. They're just pictures. They don't do anything. You might as well have them on your phone rather than them being on a bit of card. So I think there is an argument that could be the future with some tweaks. So, no, I get it. I've partaken as well. Not since it came back, though. But I do understand. I mean, I love collectibles and stuff like that. I could find myself getting sucked in, I know. But yeah, I'm pleased to hear people are enjoying it. I can totally get it. Okay, here is Stephanie. Quick question. I think I'll have my decision after this match as to who I want to face. So Stephanie is coming out, so I'm guessing, is this Jordan against Jada that's coming up then? I think we've got Jordan and Jada. La Primera is the chance. La Primera. Ladies and gentlemen. Here is La Primera. Stephanie making her way down to the ring. Eddie Guerrero won the ECW title on this day back in 95. Corey said, are you a time traveler? How were you 21 Christmas 1992? Well, it's just age, isn't it? As you get older, time goes by, you get older. Back in 92, I was 21. It's pretty straightforward, buds. Here we go. We have Jordan. Big match this, because it feels like the winner is obviously going to go on to face Stephanie, and I'm guessing it's going to be this woman right here. Okay. Here's Jada. Stephanie looks so much like my best mate. It's freaky. My best mate is extremely attractive. Fun fact, I'm actually Nita Nitro's best mate. So, yeah, I don't know if you knew that. It probably makes sense to just mention that right now. Just unrelated, but yeah. Best friends forever, BFFs. Love that for us. La Primera says Don. Is that who? Is that who you're riding with, Dom? La Primera. I don't know. Out of these three, I think I might be a low key Jada Parker stan. And I think that comes from the fact that she tried to break up Jey Uso's marriage. And I really do respect that about her. So I think I might be low-key Jada Parker stan. Kick coming in there by Jordan.
Hannah. Daze. Will you ever go back to doing opinions videos where fans will say what think of a wrestling personality? As your Dave Meltzer opinions video was a big success. Maybe ideas for Sap, JD, or Khan.
I think that we could. I think the thing that I am always conscious of is that I'm really not looking for us to be like a negative community that's trying to spread, you know, hate and all that stuff. I mean, Dave Meltzer, when we did that one, I think he was in the news and there was like a lot of conversation around him, and he'd been in a lot of conversation during our streams. So that one, I think if you rewatch it, I'm very, very clear in it of like, this is not meant as hate. This is not meant to be, let's all throw shade at Dave Meltzer, but I'm just genuinely interested as a community. How do you feel about Dave Meltzer? How do you feel about, you know, but I don't know, to be honest, that one was a bit of an exception. I don't know that that's the norm. I don't know that I'm looking to do that with, what were your other examples? Sap, JD, Judgment Day, Tony Khan. I'm not really looking for, I don't know, we could do Judgment Day. Tony Khan, we did AEW. I think that's kind of the same. In order for that to work, you have to choose someone that's going to have a lot of very passionate responses, aren't you? You know? Jada, boom. You're going to need one that's going to get a lot of hate and a lot of, like, blah, 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 moaning and whatever. And, like, I don't know if that's the right direction for our community. There's others that can do that. Looking for a suplex there by Jada. Look at that chain that's like dangling from her ass. I'm guessing that's broken off somewhere. And again, getting driven back. Jordan charges over, goes to the outside by Jada. That chain is very annoying. Oh, forearm shot there by Jada. Jordan is sat on the middle rope at the moment. Big chop coming in. Jada goes back. Going up. Boom! Yeah, no, I'm a Jada stan. I forgot about that bit. I forgot about that. I'm a Jada stan. Let's go to commercial break. So there we go, Jada in control, but actually on Netflix we are sticking with the action. Right now. Oh, mate! Damn! Did she just drop her on her head? Oh, she's grabbing her nose. Oh, that was not fun at all. And actually, she might have busted her nose. She was just grabbing her nose there. That move by Jada, I don't think quite went to plan. She grabbed Jordan, threw her over, but actually Jordan's face kind of contacted first. Headbutts coming in there by Jordan. Clothesline coming back, and again, Jordan down. I'm just looking at her nose to see what damage has been done. Knee in the back, on the chin, pulling back. I think there might be a little bit of blood there, but I don't think it's broke or anything. Right now, she's getting back up to her feet. 1, 2... Oh, that felt like a 3. Perhaps it's one of those where the ref came down, but that wasn't really the first count. Oh, in the corner goes Jada. Picked up there by Jordan. Bang! Slams her down. Are we at commercial break? Dude, this match has got so good since the commercial. Roll up by Jordan. Kick out. As if they told them. Are we in picture? The flip's going on. Shots coming down there by Jada. Jordan on top. Not many girls can manhandle Jordan like that, said Zoom Station. Do we know what happened to Thea? No. To be honest, as soon as Chase U broke up, I mean, Duke Hudson was released. Riley Osborne ended up going to Evolve. And Thea's just been off TV, so I don't know if they're looking to repackage her. Kind of gets like some creative going. But she's just putting out like coffee videos, isn't she? Like putting out her drinking coffee, back elbow. Hannah said that's true. Those opinion videos are meant for interest. Yeah. Well, they're meant for, I mean, look, it's one thing to have an opinion about someone's character, creative, stuff like that. But I think with those videos, you run the risk of attacking, like, on a more personal level. And I can't say that we won't do, like, a video like that in the future again. That's not that the door is closed, but I am trying to be careful with that sort of stuff, you know, rather than like attacking people. It's one thing to have a go at creative, you know, have a go at like someone's really struggling with their promos, someone's struggling, I think they're like Jay, I think the matches for Jay's matches could be better. I'm not saying Jay is a bad person or that Jay sucks or anything like that. I'm just saying that I think his matches could improve. I think those are the videos straight away from that. So yeah. JD, what was JD from New York? No. Not interested in I'm not interested in doing it for wrestlers. I'm certainly not interested in doing it for other content creators. Jada goes down. Throw there by Jordan. Are we back from commercial break? Yes, we are. We're back now as the crowd are chanting NXT. Qualifying matches continue tonight for the ladder match. Forearm shot coming in there by Jada and Jordan. Both of these women in the middle of the ring, throwing away at each other. Jordan driving Jada back, shoulder to the midsection. Jada in the corner, duck underneath in the middle. Looking for a backside there by Jordan. No joy on the feet. Kick coming in. Hip attack. Okay, that's all right. I'm here for that. Charging over. Jordan over the other side, going up, over, on her feet. Chop coming in. Jada felt that. I don't know why, because it didn't look brilliant. She's on the shoulders. Look at the strength, man. Look at the strength of Jordan. That is very impressive, because Jada is considerably bigger. But we know how powerful Jordan is. Jordan with Jada. Planting her down. 1, 2. Oh! Wow. Do you know what? I mean, Jordan just showing, and it's no secret how strong she is, but Jada is considerably bigger. Crowd are chanting, this is awesome. And it really is a fun opening contest. Pump handle, but no joy. Picks her up, lands on her feet. Lovely reversal. Was a bit worried for her neck there, but knees coming in by Jada. She's trying to twist around, gets it, grabs Jordan, middle of the ring, looking for her. Oh. Boom. Face first. No. She was going for that hip attack, but actually Jordan moved out the way. Jordan, though, digging deep, going against the ropes. We got Air Jordan. Air Jordan! She got caught on the rope! Ooh, high risk. High risk. Limited reward. Oh, take that, La Primera. Shots coming in there by Jordan. I wonder. Yeah, this is going to have triple threat. Oh, she misses Jada. She hits Jordan. Bell has sounded, and this has got triple threat written all over it. God, I tell you what, in the last 30-odd seconds, we've just had a hell of a lot of stuff happen. Yeah, oh, now Julia's coming out! Oh my God! Are we trying to break the world record for crazy things happening in the shortest space of time? Mates, look at this! Look at this! Look at this! They bump into each other. Obviously, the last time they saw it... Oh, headbutt! Oh, my God! There's no hugs! There's no friendship! Bang! Julia is not messing around. Whoa, mate, I'm a Julia stan. I've always been a Julia stan, but I'm a Jada stan as well. Oh, my God, look at the disrespect. I'm here for this. I'm here for this. That's my queen. That's my queen. That was bonkers. That was flipping bonkers. Julia is back. Muggsy said, what is happening? I'll tell you what's happening. NXT is NXTing. That's what's happening. Mate, we had a Jordan Grace botch. We had Jada go after La Primera. We had La Primera try to go back, but she ended up hitting Jordan. We had the match called off. All three of them get in the ring. Big brawl. Julia return. Julia help clean house. Julia turn on La Primera. And I'm not joking. Everything I've just said in a minute and a half. That is bonkers, mate. That was bonkers. And a really fun match as well. Julia made a statement, says Hannah. NXT made a statement. Let's go match scores. See what you lot thought. That was really good. That was really fun. I was really getting into the match. Anyway, I mean, that match for me really picked up during the commercial break. Right, we're just looking at Ricky Starks, and there is Ethan Page. Ethan Page just stole the smile off the face of everyone in the crowd. Ricky Saints is live tonight. It's Saints. It is Ricky Saints live tonight. Okay, here's Hank and Tank. Oh, I forgot about Swipe Right. I forgot about these guys being... Tank and Hank, right? Yes. Get your pens, get your papers, take some notes. This is like A-Town Down Under. I've got younger brothers. Here is Fraxium. Oh, are they calling them Fraxium? Have they all? They've not called them that before, have they? It's actually got Fraxium on the graphics. Fraxium. Do you know what? I mean, one of truly NXT's greatest ever tag teams. Is that new? Or is it just me? Because I sort of feel like Fraxium was their unofficial name. And I don't remember seeing it on graphics before. I think they've always called them Fraxium. Nah, I mean, on the graphic there where it says their name, it still says, even now, Axiom, Nathan Frazier. It doesn't say Fraxium. I don't remember seeing it on the background before. AF6 said it's not new, though. Fraxium are my favorite thing about NXT. Alex Gamer said they've always been known as Fraxium, but those graphics are new. Oh, okay. Looks like we've got split thoughts here. Okay. Well, they're in action against Swipe Right. What does that mean, by the way, for Stand and Deliver? Does this mean that we're actually now going to get a fatal four-way? Is it going? Because we didn't get a winner, did we, in that match between Jada and Jordan? And then we had Julia come back. So, I mean, I've got to think that it's going to be a fatal four-way. Daze, you've not seen Heel Julia before. You are about to be treated to greatness. Heel Julia is effing fire. Let's go. I'm excited. I can see it now. Daze would be streaming with one of those pens. Julia might want her rematch. Take a 1990. Shout out to you. I didn't realize how good Nathan was until he had his match with Phoenix, said Lisa. Who would be next for Hall of Fame? Pardon the Goldberg pun. Well, the rumor mill is Ken Shamrock, Kamala, but actually this close now, I don't know that anyone else goes in. We've got 4 people, have we not? Triple H, Natural Disasters, Michelle McCool, and Lex Luger, and then the match. I wonder if going forward it'll be 4 and a match that go in, or 4 and a moment that go in. How many triple threat matches are there for next week? 4 triple threat matches. Well, there's loads in there. I mean, you've got the IC one, but that's a fatal 4-way, but that's still a multi-person match. And obviously, you've got the women's title one. You've got the Roman one as well. We've got, obviously, Oba, Javon, and Trick. We might now be about to add the women in a fatal 4-way. Is there any others that I've forgotten? But, yeah, we've certainly got our fair share of multi-person matches coming up next weekend. Suzanne said, rumor has it Rikishi is going to help Roman at WrestleMania. WWE sure do love their multi-person matches, said Porky Pig. It's a bit disappointing, really, because I don't think it's necessarily done to make the matches better. I think there's a place for them. But, yeah, there is an over-reliance on them this year, and I think it's just so we can get as many people on the card. We just want to get as many on the card as we possibly can. Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you, my friends. Appreciate the support. Let's see what Fiendish Howdy's got to say. Fiendish Howdy said, Daze, as much as I wanted Alexa and Nikki to be a part of that gauntlet match, the one on Friday, do we think it makes sense for them to team up without any explaining as to how Alexa joined the Wyatt Six? No, I don't, but that's why it's a bit surprising that we didn't do any work on that this past weekend. So I really thought that there would be something that would show Alexa backstage, a glitch, Alexa being distracted, saying something along the lines of, I need to go, using social media. We could have used the Twitch accounts, just like Nightbirds. We're so short of time that we might have needed to have borrowed from Nightbird to have actually progressed this story, to have actually explained how they've come together. And honestly, perhaps WWE's feeling is that we've just run out of time. Perhaps WWE's feeling is that there just is not enough time. And so that's why we've not done that. But yeah, I completely agree with you. You can't just have Alexa and Nikki join forces without giving a backstory, without kind of digging into, oh my God, when did this happen? Why did this happen? You can always use afterwards. It's okay for people to have those questions and then explain it after something's happened. Here's what happened. You could go that way, but it's not the favored way, is it? You'd much rather tell the story in the logical way that you would go, you know? So I don't know. I mean, there's maybe still a chance, but with no seeds planted or anything, it's looking less likely. So, Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you. We're just going to have to wait and see. Don't dwell on what I lost last week, said Sean Spears. Brooks, Nico, ensure Hank and Tank don't find their way. Izzy Dame. You qualify. Sean Spears is all right, actually. He's saying this was always about you three shining. This was never about me. Don't worry about what I lost. It's your turn now. That's actually a really good way of moving forwards. Here we go. Swipe right. Guys, I've been watching these two for so long. Guys, what's your favourite swipe right match? Because mine would be... Oh, God. They had a really good 6-person tag match on Evolve. Really good. That's probably my favourite swipe right match that I've watched. Oh, I think they're showing it. Look at that. Wow. Yeah, it was good. Swipe right. Yeah, this is like Pretty Deadly, A-Town Down Under, Bro, Hondo. What's Hondo? This team is confident. There's a sign in the crowd that says, whoa, okay, I see you. We are underway, and we're not messing around. Swipe right, really bringing some energy here. In the middle, picking up Nathan Frazier. Drop kick, boom, planted. Cover, 1, 2. Guys, swipe right, they're my favourite tag team. A lot of people talk about it. Nice takeover. Boom, working on the neck. Down goes Nathan Frazier. Drop kick right at the back. Look at the speeds. 1, 2. Against the ropes. Smash him. Forearm. Going over. I don't know their names. They are my favourite tag team, though. In comes the blonde one. Kick coming in. Going over. Tag being made. Do you reckon, I mean, are you going to look like a massive virgin if you go on a night out wearing a swipe right shirt? No one's going to know what it is. So you're basically saying swipe right. And I don't really know what that even means. I know it's a Tinder thing. Does it mean interested or not interested? Axiom, boom, over the other side. We just got bodies everywhere. Boom, Frazier over that side. You got to be more careful, the commentary table sides. I wonder why the commentary table isn't hard cam side, because they can go to the one side, they got loads of room, the entranceway. But if they go the opposite side, you got to be really careful of the commentary table. Tag being made. Oh, love that. Love that. 1, 2. Oh, mate. Do you know what? I reckon they've been watching these two at the Performance Center, and I bet they've been like, they're ready. They're ready. Let's get him in there. Let's get him in there with like Fraxium. Tag. Knee strike there. Shot coming in. Off that bottom rope. Mates. Keeping them grounded. Yeah. I love the fact the tag was made and they come through the ropes. This is like two young guys with loads of energy chucking themselves around. Oh. There's an example of a Spanish fly out of nowhere. Trying to come in. Boom. And again. Bang. Into that middle rope. Do you know, I'm thinking like rockers. Oh, that's lovely though by Frazier. Oh, that's lovely as well. However quick Swipe Right can go, Nathan Frazier can go quicker. Standing. Shooting star. 2. Shoulder up. Shoulder up. Mate, this is low-key cooking. This is low-key cooking. Could you imagine if Raw was this good? Could you imagine if Raw matches were able to reach this level? Going up, no, on his feet, flips over, makes the tag. Going over, big boot. Charging in, big shot coming in. Man, Swipe Right are just matching the energy of Fraxium. Tag being made. Over the other side, here's Axiom. No, in the corner. Oh, the one guy gets thrown into the other guy. Super kick. Oh, top rope enziguri. Axiom going up. Spanish Fly from the top. It's got Spanish Fly vibes. Spanish Fly. Here's Nathan. He's going up. Phoenix Splash. Boom, Baylor. You're dealt with, and that match flipping cooked. That was fantastic. That was fantastic. You know, I was talking about feedback points. I mean, what do you feed back to Swipe Right? Energy. Great tag work. That's just a banger. I mean, the only thing you could say when Swipe Right get to the back is, yeah, you know what you just did? That I get to that again. Like, keep doing that. Just keep adding to your moveset. Just keep finding like team, but that energy that they brought. That. Jasmine walks away. Michelangelo Ladd said Swipe Right will easily be a team that the fans can hate easy with the gimmick, and they are excellent in ring. It's a great showing from them. I completely agree. I'm so impressed. I mean, we enjoyed the gimmick, and they were tidy in Evolve. I mean, we've seen them once, so there's not a load to like really go off. So yeah, there was enough there to know that, okay, I like these guys. They don't stink in the ring. Their gimmick's pretty fun. We can have. I was not expecting what I just saw, though. I was not ready for a performance of that level. I mean, now when Swipe Right come out, you're like, guys, this team is serious. This team, well, they're not, but in ring they are. Very good. I am full of praise. Right. 51, 35, 9, and 3. But do you know what? I love the urgency. I love the fact that they were like, tag, like, you know, they're shouting at each other. It's like, you want to get across that you're watching a real contest. You want to really believe that what you're watching matters. Sometimes in NXT, understandably, there can be a bit of hesitation as they're going for a spot, or, do you know what I mean? Like, okay, let's set this up. Let's go for this. Are you ready? I'm ready. Go. And then they'll go for the move. There was no hesitation. Things were just, now we're doing this. I mean, like, Fraxium are fast. No slowing down. I mean, you've really got to have something about you to be able to even hang with Fraxium. So the fact that they thought that Swipe Right were good enough to hang with Fraxium was an indicator that this team has got something about them, right? And Fraxium, you know, they did not slow down. They did not take things easy. It's 1,000,000 miles an hour. And wow, yeah, amazing. Amazing. I really am just thinking about feedback points, what you would say. And the only thing I could say is, you know, maybe there's a few moments that could just be cleaned up, but I don't even know that I would do that, because I think some of the rough edges, like the tags and the shouting and all that, you know, you could make it more polished. But I think the fact it was rough actually added to the urgency. Like, you knew it mattered because it didn't feel polished. So I wouldn't even fix that. I wouldn't even change that. Moveset wise, just keep adding to it. I think they've got some lovely moments. I think there was a bit where the one guy was in the corner, he makes the tag and immediately launches through the ropes rather than stepping through. Even from the outside, he launches in. And it's just, there was this urgency, this tempo, the pace of it, just, it didn't drop. But yeah, full of praise. Really good. I suppose you don't want to stray into that territory of doing move, and things not mattering, like not landing. Like, there's got to be a degree of selling in there as well. They're going to have to work matches where they're going to have to dig deep as well. You can't just constantly do that, but real, wow. So impressed. Fiendish Howdy says, I'm going to get it read out, but I'm going to get it read out because I'm a lazy boomer. Here's Fatal Influence.
Fiendish Howdy. QR 36.99. Exactly, and I tweeted that and said it wouldn't make sense, and I also said they must do a storyline for 2 to 3 weeks of how Alexa joined them, and yet people thought I was defending creative.
No, I mean, to be honest with you, there's a lot of frustration out there about the Wyatt Six. People just want them back. And people just want them at WrestleMania. And, you know, it's kind of like, hell with that. I just want them back. So you're going to face that. You're going to face that. Sol Ruka comes out with skateboards. So, yeah, I mean, look, breaking news. You put an opinion on social media and someone has a different opinion. Do you know what I mean? But, like, yeah, that's always going to happen. It's about, you know, trying to do what you think is going to be best and what's going to be right. And for some people, what's best and what's right is just getting them on that card no matter what. Getting them at WrestleMania in a match no matter what. I don't care if the build is not right. I don't care if it doesn't quite make sense. I'll fix it afterwards. And for some people, that's all they focus on. For other people, they would like a good build. They would like, you know, the pieces to fall into place and for things to make sense. So, yeah, you're always going to have different opinions. And truth is that you can kind of go, you know, either which way, but I know that I would much prefer, certainly with characters that are so heavily storyline driven, that we really don't abandon that. Flip over by Sol Ruka. So, Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you. Don't worry about what people say on social media. It's just like here when I say stuff like, at the end of the day, what does it matter? I'm not booking. If I say something that people disagree with, what does it matter? Nothing's going to change. I ain't got no say on what happens on the show. Shot coming in there by Soul. So it's Soul against Jasmine. Looking for a suplex. And Coach Co said, I swiped left. You didn't see that coming. 1, 2. Gotta feel sorry for these girls having to try and follow that flipping swipe right match. I feel sorry for these. So, Fiendish Howdy, shout out to you. I really appreciate the support, dude. And as I said, don't worry about it. Don't even give it a second thought. You will find nothing but differing opinions on social media. Jasmine against the bottom row. Nice kick.
Daze, here's an outside thought. There's one guy that hates both Roman and Punk. Not sure about Seth, though. Anyway, what if Heyman is actually aligned with Solo?
A little bit difficult because of the way Solo treated him, and also the fact Solo lost that tribal combat match. Like, Solo just feels a bit cold at the moment. They could go that way, but it would be a little tricky storyline-wise to explain why Heyman decided to do that. Look at that by Jasmine. Oh, yes! Very good. Pulling back on the heads. Very good. Very athletic. But she's managed to break out of it. Jasmine is very, very good. Big kick coming in. She does love those soccer kicks. Shoulder up there by Solruka. Jasmine on her knees, trying to get up, trying to get over, grabbing Soul. Soul against the ropes. Kick coming in. And again. Another kick, but she gets caught. Middle of the ring, big shot coming in. Solruka goes back. Solruka round the back, picking up Jasmine. Boom. Planting her down. Planting her down. So Jasmine down, middle of the ring. Solruka going over by the ropes. What a brilliant episode this has been so far. First 2 matches have really delivered. And now we are, Chop coming in a situation where we're getting another really fun match. I would like a few backstage moments. I suppose we had the Sean Spears thing, which was good. Bottom rope. There by Solruka. Bottom rope again. I can't remember if it was Soul, but someone, I think it is Soul, goes off the bottom rope, delivers a crossbody, then on the other side goes off the middle rope, and then goes off the top rope. I really like that. 1, 2. Jasmine really doing well, digging deep, staying in this match. Fallon trying to distract. Soul trying to go over. JC having a words. Oh, love that kick. That Pele kick is just the best. 1, 2. Oh, man. And she does it so well. That Pele kick is so good. Jasmine is going back over. 1, 2. Kick out. She's trying to get back up. Kick coming in. Solruka going over to the corner. Soul coming back. Big boot there by Soul. Soul, middle rope. Going up. Soul Snatcher. Gets it. 1, 2, 3. And Jasmine is defeated. Fun match, though. So that means that that was a qualifier as well for the ladder match. Okay, swipe right. Let's have a look at the scores for that. Wow. Those 2 matches both getting great ratings. So now we'll do Soul against Jasmine. Good showcase that for Jasmine. I think it shows that she's really coming through. Really kicking on. She's going to be a player in the women's division. Maybe once we've thinned it out a little bit. Some people have been called up. Can't see any reason why she can't be challenging for a mid-card title, though, come, say, the end of the year. WWE World, there's Javon, the young OG. I knew Dark State would be a problem. I didn't have an era, and I'm not the ruler. Right. Hank and Tank against the Cullen. That is coming up. Javon coming up later. And they're just showing, I don't know when LFG concludes, but LFG, just a little advert for that. Liam said, Daze, how are you? I'm good, thank you. Let's see what Liam is saying. That might be our third great match.
Hey, Daze, my friend, how are you? What do you think Seth's favor is? I think he might try and get Paul to get CM Punk out of the match, as he was so angry that Punk is in it.
I honestly, I don't know. I don't know what the favor is. I mean, that thing just got dropped on us yesterday, didn't it? I don't think he can get him out the match. I mean, that's not a favor. Hey, do us a favor, get him out the match. I mean, it ain't going to happen, is it? So I don't think it's that. But I honestly, in my mind, I think it's going to be something in the match. And I don't think... I can't really shake it being pass me that chair or something like that. I don't think it has to be anything big, but it is big. Because what if it's... Well, it doesn't matter who it is, does it? If it doesn't matter if it's Punk that's down or Roman that's down. If Seth is saying to Heyman, Paul, time to pay in that favor. Pass us a chair. And it's so simple, but what does it mean? It means that Paul is actually going to contribute towards either Punk or Roman about to get beaten down with a weapon. He has played a part in them being beaten down, and it just adds to the drama. So I don't think it's going to be anything massive, and I don't think it can be, let's get someone out of a match, because Paul can't do that, and the match is announced. So I'm wondering if it's going to be something that plays out in the match, and it'll end up being something that really contributes to, you know, the tension even more. What happens after that point, I think, is very interesting. Obviously, the general consensus is that he'll go with Seth. To be honest, that's not something I'm looking for. I don't really like those two as a pairing. Yeah, we could evolve Seth's character and change it, and maybe it would work better. But like a lot of people have said, the visionary character does not work with Paul Heyman. Can you imagine Seth coming out in his outlandish clothes and that song, and what Heyman being by his side? Like, I just don't see that working. That visual just does not work. So I think we would need some progression there, some evolution there. I don't know what that would look like. Maybe there's a plan in place, but yeah, it doesn't quite work in my head putting those two together. I would much rather, and I keep saying it, but I would much rather that Heyman just goes, do you know what? Screw all of you. You're all like fighting over me, or, you know, I'm being pulled in so many different, screw you all. I don't need this. And he walks off. And, you know, that's it for him and Roman, which would be the big story. But then the other story is, when does he return? Who does he return with? And actually, you know, Heyman then brings someone else into the fold. So does he go and join up with Jacob? Does he go and join up with Femi? Does he go and join up with Bron Breakker? There's lots of guys that could do with Heyman. I just personally don't feel like Seth is one. So, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see, won't we? I mean, there's lots of options on the table, and it's difficult to know which one they're going to select and which direction they're going to choose to go. It might be interesting to do a video on it and see what people would do, actually. So, yeah, Liam, good comment. It's a good one to kind of get our teeth into. Here's Julia. Julia. Stand and deliver. No friends. Rematch. Stand and deliver. No friends. Rematch. Well, I don't know that Jordan and Jada are just going to stand aside. Here's Hank and Tank.
Hannah. Daze. Will we see your favorite Nigerian giant Omos returning in this show? Oh.
I don't know what they're going to do with him. There's maybe a chance that he could be in the Andre Battle Royal. But I don't know. There's no word. There's no rumor or anything to do with Omos. To be honest, I was quite surprised he wasn't in the Rumble. They seem to end his time in America. In Japan, to coincide with the Rumble. And then they just didn't use him. Okay, here's the culling. Can the show be any better? Hank and Tanker here now, said Porky Pig. Alex said, I just checked. It does say 1 Eastern. It's weird. Mistake by WWE. What's that for, Alex? K-Dub said rematch. LFG. AB Jobson said Hank and Tank really is the team they're building for Fraxium. Well, they are getting them on TV each week. They're struggling to get wins, though, but they are using them a lot. So, I mean, they're definitely getting exposure. Bella sounded, and we are underway. Dots Luchalala said, I forgot about Hikaleo. I can't wait till he debuts. Frank said Julia is just jealous of the Asuka invite. Hank and Tank colliding into Brooks Jensen. Okay. Hank and Tank charging over, colliding into Vance. Vance goes down. Going outside the ring. Hank working on the arm of Brooks Jensen. Here's Tank looking for like a camel clutch, and it's in. Against the ropes goes Hank, trip over there by Vance into the edge of the ring. Nice kick coming in there by Brooks Jensen. Forearm shot coming in, and again. Brooks Jensen all over Tank. Looking for a net breaker. Keeping him down, going for the cover. 2. Shoulder up. Right now, he's dragging him over to the corner. Looking to make the tag. And we've got Vance in there. We got Brooks Jensen getting out of the ring. Thoughts on Project X being put in the Community Hall of Fame, said Project X. Well, we don't have factions going in. They would have to get nominated and then voted on, and it would be hard to see factions get in enough votes because obviously we don't really have factions in the chat, do we? Kind of talking away, although maybe Project X is about to change that. Maybe Project X might end up being the first faction that goes into the Hall of Fame, but I would imagine you've probably got quite a bit of work to do. Duck underneath against the ropes. Colliding. Again, lots of energy here by Hank and Tank. Shoulder up there by Brooks Jensen. Tank. Clothesline over the top. Vance to the outsides. Shot coming into the midsection. Another big blow coming back there by Vance. Oh, into the barricades. Inside cradle. 1, 2. Kick out by Hank. Bang. Nice. Oh, love how that was called a boss man slam. Trying to go up. Looking for... Did go for that swanton, but no joy. He might have just gone a bit too high risk as Hank is planted. 1, 2, 3, and they lose again. Hank and Tank fall short again. I feel like with this story, it's probably going to click at some point. And when it does, that's when we might see them really getting momentum, really picking up wins. We're just seeing the struggle at this stage, like A.B. Jobson was indicating. That guy in the crowd. I love you guys. So that guy in the crowd shouting at Hank and Tank. I love you guys. Very good. Very good. Right. Matt Carney, shout out to you. See what Matt's bringing to the table. So, Matt Carney.
Matt Carney, 5 pounds. Daze, can a show be too well run? Meaning, is there something in venting anger and annoyances at bad booking? Does mutual hatred bond us all together?
No, I don't buy into that. I think that you're always going to have differing opinions, but wrestling fans just want to see really entertaining shows, really good matches, talking points, maybe a return. And if you can tick all of those boxes, I would like to believe that the wrestling community is going to respond by, applauding and saying that was absolutely fantastic. What an amazing show that was. And you're never going to get that universally because, for example, if AEW was to do that, I've no doubt that there will be WWE communities, anti-AEW communities and WWE hardcore communities that will nitpick and find fault, right? And they aren't watching the show with any kind of warmness. They're not watching the show kind of rooting for AEW to succeed. They're literally just watching to try and find, can I make a clip out of that to put on my anti-AEW account, right? And to be honest, there's a big industry there. I mean, there really is money that can be made by just posting anti-AEW videos, right? Because there's enough people out there that have a hatred for AEW and a hatred for Tony Khan. And, have bought into the whole tribalistic thing, that you can make some money, honestly. You can make money by just doing videos where you're just like, I can't believe AEW did this. They're absolute idiots, blah, 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 blah. You've seen the videos. You've seen the accounts. So when we say about, like, does there need to be annoyance? Does there need to be anger? I think you will always have that. Because what I've just said about WWE fans being anti-AEW, make no mistake about it, there are AEW fans that have a go at WWE, calling them E-drones. This goes both sides, right? But if we take that element out of it and just focus on WWE and WWE fans that want the best for the company, I would say more our community, people like our community, then I would like to think that if WWE put on a good show that we would recognize that. You're never going to please everyone because not everyone's looking for the same thing. We're all looking for different things, slightly different things. But there's general themes that if they can deliver on, we will all say, or most of us will say, that was fantastic. But I mean, I do review videos and a show I think is like 7 out of 10. Some of you score a 4 or some of you score a 10. So we don't all think the same and we're not all looking for the same things. But as I said, by and large, if WrestleMania is going to be a solid show, really entertaining matches, couple of surprises, talking points all throughout, maybe a return, I'm thinking most people are going to go real high with their scores because general themes are the same, aren't they? So, no, I don't think that a show has to have like a fault or anything like that for it to bring people together. People can be brought together with the love of a show. I think if there are people that are criticizing just for the sake of criticizing, I think that's really, that's a shame. I definitely don't feel like that's what we do. I really, really would strongly push back against that. Because, I mean, I love WWE. I've watched it since, as I said, 92. And I think any criticisms that we have are because, you know, it's not quite what we're looking for. If they delivered what we're looking for, then we would be full of nothing but praise. So, yeah, no, I don't buy that. I think that if you are a true fan, a real fan, you're looking for something. And if they give you that, then you'd be full of praise for it. Here's Ricky Saints. We are back from commercial break, but thought-provoking question, Matt. It does remind me of that scene from Frasier, which I've spoke about before, where they go out for dinner and they come back and they're like, how was the restaurant? They're like, amazing, absolutely faultless. Meals were amazing, but there was just one little niggle. There was just one little problem. And I think their dad's like, oh, just how you like it. Because they love to criticize, if that one little thing, and it gives them something to talk about on the way home. So it does remind me of that scene, but I don't feel that way about wrestling. Okay, here's Ricky Saints. I told everyone I was going to turn this place upside down. I told you that you would get an absolute superstar. An absolute superstar. I'm a man of my word because, baby, I'm standing here as the new North American champion. You earned it, I think was the chant. I got a bit of a bitter taste in my mouth. If someone came in that was a bit better and did things quicker, my little ego would be shattered as well. Oh, hello. Lexis King is coming out on his throne. The Heritage Cup champ. So, Lexis King is here. His facial hair looks so much better when it's not jet black. I keep saying that, but I really mean it. When it looks more kind of naturally coloured. Who's shouting? What's that? What's that noise? Ricky Starks just looked over and was like, that fan is going to be annoying. That fan is going to be really annoying. All you can hear is someone going, bah! Here's Eddie Thorpe. Eddie Thorpe getting in the ring. I don't know what the chants are that they're chanting, but crowd got really excited when Eddie Thorpe came out. I think they had some quite creative chants for him. There is a feeling of community in that crowd, you know. I think a lot of these people go to the shows on a regular basis. That title is my birthright. God, you've got someone else that's like screaming, where's Lee's coming out now? Eddie Thorpe is underrated, said Odyssey. Okay, here's Wes. That title was at its absolute peak when it was across my shoulder. That is it the guy that's in? Is it the King guy? Another greedy white man. Oh. This is not the time to try and figure this out. Hey, the belt is still... Why is the belt... Ethan Page, the belt has still got Sean Spears' side plates. Does it say Sean Spears, or am I just seeing it wrong? I'm sure it says Sean Spears. Did I just I just got a glimpse and it looked like it said Sean Spears. Maybe it was Ricky Saints. Over through the ropes. Well, I wasn't expecting this. AB said use this to merge the North American and the Heritage Cup. Maybe. Yeah, maybe we don't need both. Yeah, what is going on? Yeah, no, Sean Spears on the side plates. Okay, we've got Stephanie. She's here to see Ava. I've made my decision. Let's stand and deliver. I want all of them. There we go. Let's stand and deliver. I want all of them. They're trying to make Eddie Thorpe a thing. I think Eddie Thorpe's quite interesting because I believe he came through New Japan, and I believe that he's really put in like work and training, and I think he's someone that would be coming through New Japan. Eddie Thorpe is maybe like a... Oh, it's a really lazy comparison because I actually don't watch much of him, but you know, like Carl Fletcher, Aussie Open. I could see Eddie Thorpe having that kind of similar momentum. I can't compare their wrestling styles, but I could... Eddie Thorpe's not someone that they've just plucked out of like next in line, you know? His background and all of that coming through Japan, I think gives him credibility. And I think gives him something that you can really work with. Now, how you feel about his character is obviously different. You know, can we point to a lot of banging Eddie Thorpe matches? Not massively so, no. Actually, I would say we have not seen loads of him, all things considered. We did... I think we really heated him up when we was doing him and Trick. You know, when like Oba was about to get the title and we had him kind of accidentally knocking into Ava and then Shawn Michaels grabs it. I feel like really before that, there isn't much to write home about. After that, we've started to use him more. So I'm actually not down on seeing more of Eddie Thorpe. I feel like there's something to work with there because of his backgrounds and coming through Japan. And I think we might be able to get somewhere, but I just don't know about his character. But he is a heel. I think that's better than him being a face. And yeah, I can't really point to loads of great matches for him. But that doesn't mean he's not capable of delivering them. It just means that we need to put him in the position to deliver them. So I am down for Eddie Thorpe, big singles match on a big stage, and let's see what he can deliver against a good opponent. You know, I'd be down for giving him that opportunity. Hannah said maybe Saints has got a new imitation gimmick and he goes by Sean Spears. Maybe. Perhaps he's actually low-key a Sean Spears fan and he just doesn't want to kind of, you know, lose the memory of Sean being former champion.
Odyssey Sarma. The Undertaker did turn because what he did to Mickey James.
Odyssey, shout out to you. Porky Pig. I like how they just teased a multi-man match for the NA title, then confirmed a multi-woman match for the women's title. Yeah. It is multi-person season, isn't it? It is multi-person season. Dr.
Luchalala. Remember, they did nothing with his win over Trick, and Trick is challenging Oba again instead of Eddie.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree. I would really like to see him get a... I don't think this is it either. This is just a multi-person match. He'll have some spots, but this isn't what I'm looking for. Put him in a feud with a babyface. I mean, honestly, Ricky Starks against Eddie Thorpe, one-on-one. I would personally be down for that. I know it might not be for everyone, but I would personally be down for that because, well, honestly, let's see what he can do. Good match, big stage, singles match, big opportunity. Go on, let's go.
Dr. Luchalala. Member. They did nothing with his win over Trick, and Trick is challenging Oba again instead of Eddie.
I was trying to get Wrestle Rants. Here's Trick.
Wrestle Rants 327. I was about to say, Daze, you're bugging lol, Eddie and Fletcher are not the same.
Yeah, it's not a comparison about like wrestling styles, but it's more about that coming from a legitimate background. Like, I know there's something to Cole Fletcher. I know that he's someone that I need to be aware of. I know that he's someone that's also coming through, and I sort of feel that way about Eddie Thorpe. He's got a legitimate background. He's someone that I need to keep an eye on. He's someone that I don't know loads about, same with Carl Fletcher, but I believe they can both get somewhere. But wrestling styles, I'm sure they are very different. As I said, I don't watch AEW. Okay, we got Inamura that's come down. So what's this? This is maybe where this show is going to take a bit of a left turn, is it? Inamura versus Wesley. Well, it was a good run. It might be okay. Wesley throwing in some shots. Inamura pushing him back. Shoulder tackle there by Inamura. Inamura is just a bit cold for me because, I mean, we've only seen him a couple of times. Wes is good in there, though, so I'm sure Wes can do something. Maybe it'll be okay. Inamura, middle of the ring. Shot coming in there by Wes. Block. That was nice. Big shot. I like that work on the arm. Goes for a kick. Inamura goes back to the corner. Wesley comes over, up over the top to the outsides. Chop, no, misses. Wes moves out the way. Wesley just a little bit too quick for Inamura here. Inamura over on that top rope. Where's going to look to go up over. Okay, into a seated senton. But kick out by Inamura. I like that bit. That was good. Chopping away at his arm as Wesley goes up. He's perched. Hello, Wrestle with Andy. Hope you're well. On the feet, going up. Big. Whoa, mate. Big air for Wesley. I don't know. We've got a bit of sumo vibes going on here as he charges over. Look at that. It's like E-Honda. Chops coming in again. A little bit slow on the chops. Driving. I don't mind that, actually. I don't mind getting into the sumo stance, charging over and going into that. I don't know that he's really big enough. Knees coming in. And again. Oh, he goes down to one knee in Amura. He's still... What's he got? He's got Wes. No, Wes going back up. Suplex. Next level sumo power, said Corey Graves. Has he got a sumo background then? Sumo attack? Perhaps he has got... I don't know much about Inamura. Perhaps he has got a sumo background. Yeah, look at this. He's going again. Charging over. No. Drop kick. Basement drop kick. We got Josh Briggs giving him some advice on the outside. Wesley through the ropes. Briggs goes into the barricades. Kick coming in there by Wes. Inamura goes back to the middle. Wes going up. Obviously, we've got Dark State in action. Gets caught. Spun around. Really quick. Wow, look at the speeds. Boom. Slams him down. Goes back. He's going to go through the ropes. Stand and deliver, of course. We've only got one more week to go after this. Is up. Now we've got Tyson Tyree. Inamura falls off the top. Wesley going against the ropes. Cardiac kick connects. And that'll do it. 1, 2, 3. Done. Over. So Wesley picks up the victory. I sort of like how he was smiling there as he was backing out the ring. I just looked up and he was like... There we go. Wesley picks up the victory. Aseeb, shout out to you, buds. Let's have a look. See what Aseeb's saying. Go on, Aseeb.
Aseeb Hassan. Daze, do you think WWE need a third main roster brand so guys like Mello, Carey, and AJ Finn can stand out and shine?
I would love another brand, yes. I would love another brand. Whether WWE have got a roster to support it, you would say they do, but you have to take in injuries, you have to take in rotation. You don't want to just keep seeing the same people, so putting people on the back burner is not always a bad thing, you know? Reduce schedules. We know Roman doesn't work all the time. I mean, it feels like there's enough people not getting onto TV regular where you could use them, but then, well, I don't know, what about if you start getting some injuries and you've got no backups then, have you really? So, I don't know if roster-wise we've got enough for a third brand. My gut feeling is we do. But it's only going to take a spate of injuries to then really start to leave some cracks and gaps and yeah. But yeah, I would love a third brand. Just give me something else to stream. I've got too much of a personal life. I need to lose a little bit more of it, so a third brand would definitely help. Callie Armstrong tomorrow. Let's go, Queen. taking on Danny Palmer, mess her up. Hey, I like this. Oh, no, are they teaming together? No, they're going against each other. Yeah, you bet. Okay. Oh. It would be nice to find out some other matches. I mean, how many people are going to watch that haven't watched before and go, Kelly Armstrong versus Danny Palmer? Kelly Armstrong versus Danny Palmer. Oh my God, I need to tune into that. I mean, if you've not watched Evolve, Kelly Armstrong's good. I really like her. Danny Palmer, you might have seen a few times in NXT, but not at any sort of level. I don't know that that's going to get people racing to the show tomorrow. But they should definitely use spots like that to promote. It's just they probably need something a bit stronger to promote, don't they? You know, imagine if it's like tune in to Evolve as Ava reveals the new GM. Something like that, because we did that the other week. But it came out of the blue. We didn't even know it was going to happen. But that would be good if they use it for stuff like that. Or you could promote Wendy Chu against Smiley Kylie Ray. That would be big. That would be big enough, I think, to get people to be like, oh, yeah. Or there's a bit of buzz around Zayda Steele. Maybe you could promote her. I don't know about Kelly Armstrong, Danny Palmer. But I will be looking forward to that match because I do like Kelly Armstrong. She has been a standout. Right, Lena Del Cruz. Let's jump in and see what Lena Del Cruz is saying.
Lena De La Cruz. Hey, Daze. Do you remember how good was NXT Black and Gold was a quiet arena? Less noise, now NXT is a loud, wildly crowd. Which is NXT you like the most?
Well, Black and Gold NXT wasn't quiet when it was at Full Sail. It was quiet when we had the pandemic. But really, if you go back to Full Sail when we had, like, the energy here is very similar actually to Full Sail. When, like, 2014, 2015, I love that period. I mean, when we first get the network in the UK, I think it's right at the end of 2014. We got it a little bit later than America. And I just remember I was able to really start watching NXT. You could see stuff on YouTube, of course, and you could get a glimpse of what was happening and keep up with things that way, but not the same as actually getting access to the full show. And I remember getting the WWE Network and starting to watch NXT and catch up on the old episodes. And I suppose it's got the same feeling it's got now, really. This is the closest we've ever come to that period. And I really was not a fan of the pandemic. I was not a fan of... I don't mean the pandemic. I mean the pandemic era, where there was no crowds. Or we had, like, talent standing around the ring. Or the kind of by the barricades in masks. Or, like, any or even when we brought a bit of a crowd back, but it was small. We tried a few things with the performance. Basically, anything in the performance center before the change to black and silver, right? Anything before that 2.0 or pandemic, no, not a massive fan. You've really got to go back to 2019 when I was, like, feeling the same way I'm feeling now. So if I was to choose any era, I would go back to 2014. 2014. Yeah, 2014. I would go back to that. That would be my peak NXT time. You're looking at 4 horsewomen. You're looking at Kevin Owens, Sami Zayn, Neville, Tyson Kidd. You've got those kind of people around. That's the kind of period I'd be going back to if I could go back to any and say that's peak. But honestly, I think where we are now is second. I think this is really good. And that Madison Square Garden show that we did a few weeks back, I genuinely think that stands up to anything I've seen from NXT. Here is No Quarter Catch Crew, and Ren Sinclair has so grown on me. She has so grown on me. She does her... so, Lena, shout out to you. She does her Wednesdays, which I have included a couple of times in Unseen. They can be a bit hit and miss. Sometimes they can be really funny. Sometimes not so much. But I think they've really worked to, like, get her over with me. I like her anyway. She's a good wrestler. But you just need to find ways of getting her personality across. Okay, Izzy Dame versus Ren Sinclair. And I've got to think this is probably not going to go well for Izzy. For Ren, sorry. I think Izzy's going to get this. Just a 1 count. So, Izzy versus Ren. Let's get rid of the poll for our last match. That was Wesley versus Inamura. Zeta Steel is the future of WWE, says James. 4 and 4. Hannah said, did you see your favourite wrestler, Odyssey Jones, return? I didn't. Do you remember where you was hyped about his debut? I was hyped. I was really into him because he was a big guy, loads of fun, loads of charisma, loads of personality. I was really into him, and yeah, he got called up. I mean, he got called up way too early, but I sort of feel like they saw what we saw, which is a big guy with size that's really got a personality that you can do something with. And they were using him, weren't they, with the New Day main roster, New Day storyline. They saw what we saw. And the only reason it didn't work was because allegations started coming out, weren't they? Against him, and that was that. Big boot there by Izzy, and Ren went down. Izzy scoops up. Ren gets the ropes, goes Izzy. Drop kick. Ren goes down. So many quick matches tonight, said AB Jobson. Izzy Dame in control at the moment. We've got 35 minutes to go. 35 minutes to go. Right now, we got Ren in the corner. There is that vacated championship. And I think we may have seen her before, but I don't remember seeing her much before. That is the referee from Evolve. But as we said, we may have seen her before. 1, 2, no, just a 1 count. She is, I believe, if my memory serves me correct, a former boxer, bare knuckle female boxer. You wouldn't think that looking at her, the ref, but I believe that's where her background is. I wonder why she hasn't become a wrestler. Right now, we've Chinlot applied, and Sean Spears keeping a very close eye on proceedings. The hottie ref from Evolve. The hottie ref from Evolve that could murder us all. Back elbows coming in. Knee coming into the midsection. Going over. Big knee. Over in the corner goes Izzy. Chop coming in there by Ren. Another chop. Oh, a couple of slaps coming in. Going underneath against the ropes. Clothesline! That was good. Ren against the ropes again. Boom. Going over 1, 2. Kick out by Izzy. Going up, trying to get double underhooks. Izzy Dame goes down to her knee. Ren working on the arm. Against the ropes goes Ren. She gets caught. She is looking to pick her up. Roll up. 1, 2. Kick out by Izzy Dame. Crucifix pin. Spine bust. Plants her down. 1, 2. And that. Huh? Did you see that? Huh? That is so strange. I think she knows that she just dropped the ball there. 1, 2, and then she let it go to celebrate. The 2 was counted. She thought it was a 3. Even Corey Graves was like, no, I think she's... I think she's not done that. I think she might have made a mistake there, but no, they're just sort of going with it. And there is this air of kind of awkwardness. There is this air of like... There is this confusion that's around, and everyone's like, is it over? Should it be over? Hey, listen, it's one of those things, but that's as botches go, that's a pretty fun one. It's no Titus World Slide, but that's a pretty fun one. She's going to get a butt chewing when she gets to the back. I hope she doesn't... I didn't know wrestling was fake, said Ninja. The shoulder was still down. Yeah, but you've got to be pinning the person, haven't you? If you get off the person where their shoulders are down, you're no longer pinning them. So, was there enough contact from Izzy on Ren when that 3 count was counted? Or had she disengaged? Here's Roxanne Perez, by the way. Listen. Okay. It better not be a tag match, because I don't have a tag partner. So it looks like Roxanne is going to be at Stand and Deliver, doesn't it? It looks like she might be at Stand and Deliver. One of the people on the outside smacked the ring. It sounded like a 1 count. Oh, I wonder if that's what happened. I wonder if that's why. I wonder if she heard that hit. Like someone was like, come on, Izzy. Like that. And she's heard it and gone 1, 2, 3. But it was actually the ref had only counted the 2. It's a great moment. If you listen, there is a bang just before the ref counted the 1 count. She might have heard that. Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, for some reason, she believes the ref counted 3 and disengaged, but the ref had only counted 2. So I don't know where we want to put the finger of blame, but it's obviously a botch, and it's obviously not a good look for Izzy. But yeah, there could be reasons for it. Imagine that would for a title 1, 2. No, I don't want to be champion just yet. Jaden, shout out to you. Question for Mr. X. Are you and your 4 clowns playing tomorrow? Yeah, for those that don't know, we do a members faction game, and it seems to be very well enjoyed. And we've got a new faction that's kind of shown its head. So we might have quite a few new members, actually, because obviously King Yeti has been really supportive and gifted a lot of memberships, and a lot of people have. So we might have to do a little bit of a quick intro tomorrow to go, this is the game. This is how people can join. I would love new factions, actually, because it would be a bit unfortunate, because it would mean not every faction can play every week. But I think that's okay if like people sit out a week and then come back the next week, and it means we could actually have double. You know, I think we can have 4 factions play on a stream. So if we had 8, that would give us lots of opportunity to, you know, switch things around, and that could be kind of interesting. And then that would have, how many people would be playing then? If we had 8, we would have, 32 people playing? Because 4 in a team. So, yeah, interesting. That would be good. We could see a real explosion on that side. Still not many, is it, if you think about it? 8 teams is 32 people. That's still not loads. I don't know how we scale it. We could always make it a 2-hour stream rather than a 1.5-hour stream. I'm fine with doing that. It's not a big difference, is it? So, I mean, we could make it 2 hours every week rather than an hour and a half. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's find out. Lisa said, when I was working the indie scene, that was a big no-no, smacking the mat on the outside for that very reason. Screwing up the pinfalls and finishes. Oh, that's really interesting, Lisa. That's really interesting. I've never heard that, actually. Don't smack the outsides. I suppose it's all right if both are down and there's clearly no pin attempts. But if they're doing a finishing sequence, you know, yeah, I've never really thought about it. It would make sense. Don't do it. Don't do it. Okay, we're just seeing a shot of the crowds. They're just sat chatting amongst themselves. It's kind of weird. That's a weird shot. What did you guys just get there, by the way? Because I just had a shot of the crowd and I had absolutely nothing over the top. I feel like it might be CW Network promoting one of their shows. Here's Andre Chase, look, trying to give a bit of advice. Who is in the background? KO Dixon and Uriah Connor's just looking for a little bit of advice. Here's Hank and Tank. It was an ad. Oh, right. Yeah, we on Netflix, we just get a shot of the crowds. Street Profits! Street Profits! They're here to give advice to Hank and Tank. You're trying to be tag teams that you're not. Be who you are. Be Hank and Tank. But there we go. Look, AB Jobson. The winner of the gauntlet match will go on to face Fraxium, and Hank and Tank might be in there. They were bringing a lot of hype, weren't they? Right, number 1 contenders, Fatal 4-Way. Winner will face Ricky Saints at Stand and Deliver. That's sure to be Ethan Page. Daze, I need a charger for my phone. Hand me the charger. You know not to bother me when I'm at work, Edward. You know this. In fact, you know not to bother me even outside of work. You know just not to bother me. You know what that restraining order says. Number 1 contenders, tag team gauntlet match. No quarter catch crew. Briggs and Inamura. Hank and Tank. The Culling. Tyson and Tyreek. Winners face Fraxium, but it is time for what I like to call the main event. This boy is bouncy. I'm going to struggle to get all these names on. Javon and Oba and this man. This man. The man that needs no introduction, but he has got an introduction and it's awesome. What that ching? Oba interrupts. Tricks music. Ooh. 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 Imagine Paul Heyman with this guy. Imagine Paul doing the little walk as well. The disrespect that the Tank Brothers receive, rightfully so. Talent, upper management, no one takes them serious, said WrestleRants. Imagine Oba walking like that down a long ass PLE ramp. Let's flippin' go. Get Prince Nana in from AEW, said Jaden. Lisa said, Project X, when shall I expect you to chat with me? It might be difficult, seeing as I don't know bleep about X and what I'm doing. Project X continuing to stir the pot. I haven't seen him in the chat, actually. Are they still around? Are they still jumping in? Oh, yeah, there they are. There they are. Daze, do you see... Oh, we spoke about Odyssey Jones, Anna. We answered that. Carmen Live, here we go. It's time for our weekly Carmen Live 2 updates. The Carmen Live 2 update. Let's go. Here we go.
The Carmen Live 2. Daze. I went to Griffith, Indiana St. Mary Hildebrand Hall to see Backbreaker Wrestling this past Saturday.
Yes. Backbreaker Wrestling. Backbreaker Wrestling. Let me know. If you put Backbreaker Wrestling in, it just comes back with Backbreakers. Even if you put the word promotion in, it doesn't flipping come back with anything. Have they got any, like, is there a way of putting it? Like BB dub? BB dub, BB dub, BB dub, BB dub. Backbreaker Media, Backbreaker Podcasts. Is there even a promotion that's called Backbreaker Wrestling, or are you just making it up for attention? Carmen Live 2, please respond. Is it these boomers? Is it these boomers? Is it Trog and Johnny Blasphemy? Dude, did you see Johnny Blasphemy? Trog's caveman emotions prove costly as he attempts to lunge after Johnny Blasphemy of the Monarchy in tag team action at Backbreaker Wrestling. That was on April 5th at Griffin, Indiana. Common Life 2. Did you see Trog? Did you see Trog live? Did you see the Trogster take on Johnny Blasphemy? Oh my God, I'm jealous. Trog. Go on, Trog! Mess him up! Johnny Blasphemy! Trog! Oh, I feel like I'm there. Oh, look at the action, Roach. Go on, Roach. Against the ropes. Nice. Shoulder barge. Going over the other side. Looked like he was going to go big. Drops the elbow. Moves out the way. What's he say on his back drop kick? What's he say? Nice. Another drop kick. Yeah. Regroup. Dave Allen versus Roach. Look at the action. It's absolute non-stop. Million miles an hour. Go on, Roach. Go on, Roach. Roach dodges an elbow by Dave Allen and lands a pair of drop kicks in the opening contest of Backbreaker Wrestling. Chug, 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 chug. Go on, chug. Get back in there, chug. Get back in there. Oh, my God. Look at the disrespect from Johnny Blasphemy. Oh, you idiot. Straight into the ring post. Trug down. Trug down. He goaded him as well. Did you see that from Johnny Blasphemy? It was like, come on, Trug. Come on. Come on. Yeah. Your mom sucks. Come on. Come on. Whoa, moved out the way. Boom. Straight into the ring posts. Unbelievable scenes. Okay, guys, we are underway, actually, with our main event of the evening. Going over into the corner we are. I don't know who these boomers are. Is that Dion that's in there? Shots coming in. Another big boot. It is Dion that's in there with Ober. I didn't see where Dark State emerged from. I was watching Trog. Cutler is in there. Oh, here's Sugars. Okay, nice. Drop kick. They're working well together. Clothesline. Saquon Sugars. Yeah, Saquon's the one I wanted to see. Saquon is in there. He's in there with Ober Femi against the ropes. Picked up. Saquon. Yep, goes down back in the corner. Big boot going over. Tag being made. Trick Williams coming in. Going down. Grabbing the leg. Trick Williams over. Lovely. 1, 2. No. Joy. Nice reversal there. Saquon. Saquon Sugars. I call him Shaquille. That's not his name. Yeah, like he's been a really good promo. Common Live 2 said, Daze, Johnny Blasphemy was formerly known as Johnny Motley. Oh my God, I love Johnny Blasphemy facts. Common Live 2, I take everything back. I am a Trog fan now. Clothesline. Trick Williams goes down. Daze, we need you to add BB-Dub to your streaming lineup. We could get Blasphemy versus Trog. Who doesn't want to see that match right now? Instead, we got to watch this. Sucks. Boom. How long we got? 13 minutes. Pick him up, slam down. Good work there by Cutler. Working on the leg. Trick Williams kicking out. And again, Cutler still keeping a hold of that leg. Going over, making the tag. In comes Sugars. Oh, mate, he flew. Flippity-doo-dah. Trick in there with Sugars, picking him up. Nice suplex. Crowd are chanting, whoop that Trick, as Sugars kicks out. Again, Trick keeping him grounded. How are we feeling about the ring gear? What do you think about the ring gear? It's okay. He's got a knee brace on, Sugars, so he must have done an ACL or something. Another shot coming in. I don't mind it at all. I like the color scheme, black and it's kind of like black and silver. Another chop coming in. Cutler just ain't working for me. It seems like he's going through moves. There's no real intensity. Do you know, I felt that way with him in the promos as well. I really feel like the flow of the group is like them coming in and shouting and energy, and then it cuts to Cutler, and Cutler just feels a bit more, I don't know, like he's delivering scripted lines. Javon's in there. Boom! Javon going over. Oh, man, Javon against Sugars. Oh, my God. Let's go. Javon. Bang. Javon Evans has brought such intensity and such an increase in pace. He could legitimately join up with Swipe Right. I think Javon Evans is good enough to be in Swipe Right. That's how good I think he is. Cutler's in. Cutler, let's have a look. Let's see what Cutler brings. Cutler against the ropes. Gets taken over. He's trying to get back up. Kick there by Javon. There wasn't really much to judge there as Javon goes over the top. Takes Sugars over. This is just the Javon Evans show, man. This is the Javon Evans show. Guys, we're going to need something special to deal with Javon. Because this guy is something legit special. We need Trog. We need Trog. Get on the phone. Get him into NXT. Javon, go in. No, he was going to go against the ropes. Osiris. I like that name. Osiris. Well, it's not going very well for Dark State at the moment. Well, sucks to be them. Chug, 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 chug. Yes. Big boot there by Oba. Javon. Trick. Grabbing Sugars, bringing him in. They're going to turn on each other, said Dirty Hippo. Okay, Oba is in there. What a team of Trick, Oba, Javon. What an amazing team that is. Carmen Live 2 said, Daze, Trog the Caveman wrestles in Chicagoland. Oh, we just call that Chicago. As well as Northwest Indiana. Yeah, Carmen Live 2. We don't put land at the end of Chicago. It's not New York land. Or Washington land. Or Chicago land. But I don't know. Perhaps that adds an extra gravitas. So I'm here for that as well. If Trog wants to claim that he's from Chicagoland, then I'm here for it. Sugars walking over Trick. Maybe Cutler's nervous. Dr. Luchalala, we all are. Shot coming into the midsection. It's Dion that's in there right now. Oh, nice. Osiris is on the outsides. He has not been picked. I wonder why. I wonder why Osiris was the odd man out. A nice, good teamwork here. Okay, Cutler is in. Elbow. Kind of going over. Working on the arm. He's got a little bit of Duke Hudson vibes about him. Cutler James. Okay. Working on the arm. Daze, can't wait to see the Young Bucks have got to say about helping Moxley. Well, I'm excited for you. Shot coming in against the ropes. Reversal. I can't wait for you to send me a picture so that I can update the little video. That's what I'm excited for. Logan versus AJ might be the best spot match, says Akeem. Tag being made. Here's Sugars. Tom said, we need to make WWE aware of Trog. Tom, trust me. They're already aware. Yeah. They've got scouts out there, and you're not going to let someone like Trog slip through your fingers. Yeah. I heard rumors they only set up WWE ID so that they could get the Trogster. But he don't want to know. He's bigger than the company. But we'll get him. We'll get him eventually. Trog the Caveman. Big air by Javon. Love that. 1, 2. Oh, God, this boy is bouncy. So good. Javon is the glue. Look at it. Javon has been the glue keeping this team together. Over in the corner goes Javon. Big boot. Oh, he went. Osiris isn't even meant to be getting involved here. Referee losing control. Absolutely losing control. Right now, keeping Javon down. Shots coming in there by Cutler. Ober, Trick on the outsides. Are we going to get the family? Jordan said Trog's going to be the first WWID champion. He should hold that belt forever. I agree. Or if he's going to drop it, he should drop it to Roach. Trog versus Roach is my new dream match. For the longest time, I wanted Undertaker Sting. Shot coming in there by Dion Lennox. Good work. Good work. Carmen Live too. Shout out to you, buds, for once again bringing to our attention some of the absolute best indie wrestling out there. Trog Roach, 60-minute Iron Man match. Who's going to say no, said Jordan. Do you know what? It's an absolute disgrace that's not at WrestleMania. Oh! Although knowing WWE and their love for multi-man matches, it would not just be that. We'd have to get Johnny Blasphemy in there as well. Dave Allen would also have to get involved. They might even try and find a way of chucking Carmen in. Saquon. I'm going to really struggle with that name, you know. I have not ever experienced a Saquon. Saquon Sugars. I wonder if I can remember it as Saquon. What do I need to say? I need to say Quan. What's Quan? Doesn't matter. Just say it. Just say Quan. Why am I saying Quan? Don't worry about it. Just say Quan. That might do it, actually. That might do it. Now I've just got to go Saquon. No, Saquon. Boom. Elbow. Javon trying to get over to make the tag. In comes Cutler. Grabbing a hold of Javon. Javon going back to the corner. Cutler charging over. Oh, look at him. The goof. The big goof. Shoulder first. Into the ring post. 4 minutes to go. Or just call him Shaq. I might do that. Sugars. Javon trying to make the tag. Ober, Trick await him. Lovely Enziguri is very close. Surely is going to make it. Surely is going to make it. Whoa, what happened? What happened? Did Ober tap on Trick and Trick turned around? Ober got in though. Boom. There's Saquon. Boom. Just meat. Picking up Saquon. That's no. Now that I know the name, that is it. It is over. You will never hear me refer to him as Sugars now. Now that I've cracked it. Trick's in there. Trick's having a words. Oh dear. What you two doing? Oh, Trick and Ober! Trick and Ober! Oh my God. Clothesline, they both go to the outsides. That means Javon on his own. Ah! My God. Oh my God. 1, 2. No! Kick out! Kick out! Javon off the... Oh no! Saquon pulling down that rope. Ober and Trick are brawling away. Oh my God, Dark State! Dark State! Dark State! That is a sick finishing move. 1, 2, 3. Saquon with the pin. Dark State with the win. And do you know what? Javon didn't deserve to be the one that got pinned there. Javon was fantastic in that match. But there we go. Dark State. You can see the graphics on the screen in the background as well. It obviously makes sense for Dark State to pick up the victory. But, yeah, there we go. Dark State, the new faction, make a big statement. They make a dark statement. Oh, it wasn't the cleanest finish. They kind of chuck Javon in the air and then it gets like powerbombed down, but it's a pretty sick. I see what they're going for. A dog stick. A dog stick. You want to cause chaos? Fine. How about next week? In the parking lot? Severe consequences. In the parking lot? What does that mean? If I'm that NXT crowds, I'm going to be a bit like, so I don't get to watch it. How do I watch it on the screen? It's all right. Parking lot brawl. Mugsy's on boards. Mugsy's on boards. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Loving it. These names and music suck. Boom. Taker 1990 said, Days, Miz, Maurice, Asuka, Maxine has been added to WWE Worlds. Very good. I'm surprised they weren't announced anyway, to be honest. Doesn't really matter if you're injured. I mean, as long as you can sign your name. Boom. Dark State pick up the win. Rank B. That's what I'm looking forward to. Family and Dark State. Finley said, great match. That might be Stack's best promo. He did good there, said Traitor. Yeah, I'm not down on the parking lot thing, but I don't know. It's weird to do a match away from the audience unless the audience are going to be out there, but I don't think they will. Time to watch vintage 80s wrestling and go own bed. Frankie. Sounds like a good night, that. Days, Dave Allen is the new owner of ARW Pro. What? What? We just saw the ARW Pro owner. Hang on. We need to get this read out. Hang on. There's big moves going on here. What?
The Carmen Live 2. Days Dave Allen is the new owner of ARW Pro since he defeated Joey Boom Boom for the position at Black and Blue Wednesday at Gino's Banquets in Hobart, Indiana.
He beat Joey Boom Boom. No. Dave Allen beat Joey Boom Boom. And now he's the new owner of ARW Pro. And that happened in Backstabber Wrestling or whatever. It's hard to keep up with all the stories, isn't it? And what's happening there. That's crazy. Dave Allen. Why can it not be Trog? I would love to see Trog in a suit go into meetings to, meet with WWE as they're talking about bringing in new companies for the ID program. I'd love to see Trog as the owner in a suit go into WWE headquarters. So I can only hope that happens one day. Trog versus Dave Allen. Winner gets ARW Pro. That's what I would be booking. Uncle Rebel said, if you could meet one person at WWE World, who would it be? It's a very good question, that is. I think we did look at that, didn't we? And didn't we agree, like, it would be hard to turn down Mike Tyson? If you could meet one person, Undertaker would be hard to turn down. Roman would be hard to turn down. Punk would obviously be hard to turn down. I don't mind going a little bit off-road, though, and, like, meeting someone different, you know? I wouldn't mind. I'm trying to think of some names that are a bit lower down the card, like a Lyra. I really like Lyra. That would be pretty cool. First ever women's intercontinental. That would have some, like, you know, I think the women's intercontinental is here to stay. So to say that you've got a picture with the first ever women's intercontinental champion, like, that actually might age really well. Lyra would have to be on the list as well, yeah. I don't know, I think there's a few, but yeah, probably I'd be boring and just go after the big names. Dot Sluchalala said, you should start training so that you can own ARW Pro. Well, Dot Sluchalala, all I'm going to say is that when I was at school, my nickname was Trog. Do with that information whatever you want. I don't want to start rumors. I'm not implying anything. I'm just saying that when I was at school, they called me the Trogster. Yeah. They called me Troggy Trog Pants. Troggy Pants. They called me the Trog Master. Yeah. So do with that whatever you will. Chelsea Green with Piper would be fun. Oh yeah, all of them. I'd want Alba as well. I'd want both of the Hervis. Maybe Chelsea standing there looking amazing, and the Hervis like on their little radios, kind of telling me to stand back, and I'm a bit like, yeah. If you could build a scene like that, that would be good. That would be good. They did that actually, or something similar to that last week or the week before? Because Chelsea was in NXT and there was an interviewer, I forget who it was. I don't know if it was Sarah Schreiber, but she was trying to interview Chelsea and Chelsea was kind of standing there. No, it was Mr. Stone. So she was being interviewed, I think, by Sarah Schreiber. And the Hervis came over and they told Mr. Stone to stand back. So Mr. Stone was kind of being told to get back by the Hervis whilst Chelsea was being interviewed by Sarah Schreiber. If you could sort of do something along those lines for a photo, that would be so fun. Not an easy thing to do, but yeah, that could be fun. Who wants to own a shiz wrestling company that only 5 people in Dip Shiz, Indiana know about? Dave Allen. That's who. Did you miss that part of the conversation, James? Dave Allen wants to be the owner, and he is. I will not tolerate any anti-AEW. That's fine. Any anti-ARW Pro sentiments. Or if it's from James, it's all right. Sort of expect it. Steve said, Dates, who would you rather get? Gail Kim or Paige? Gail Kim. For a GM, yeah, Gail Kim. Akeem said the guys were only in their mid-20s. You never told us you were a trog. Yeah. I'm a big trog head. Yeah, I'm a massive trog head. So let's go. Daze knows me too well, says James. I think we all do, James. At this point, there's just no way we can hide our true personalities from each other, is there anymore? Vitamin CTV said, how long till Swipe Right realise how cringe they are? Oh my God. Anti-Swipe Right comments now. What is going on? What is happening? Oh my God. Swipe Right are the best. They're literally the best. They're the future of wrestling. No, they were very impressive. All joking aside, they were very impressive tonight. Their gimmick is meant to be annoying, of course. But man, if they can then back it up in the ring. Lisa said, if you could bring back 5 wrestlers that have passed to make a Survivor Series team, who would it be? Bruno Sammartino. Times 5. Bruno. Andre. Peak Prime Andre. Macho. Oh my God. Could you imagine Owen? Oh my God. Owen. And part of me thinks maybe I'd have to go Eddie, because people would love Eddie. I don't know. I really want to say Piper. But I know people would love Eddie. I think I want to say Piper because Eddie isn't quite from the same periods. You could make an argument Owen isn't, but he was the Blue Blazer at WrestleMania 5. So, and he was in High Energy and everything. So it's just that when Owen really gets his push, it's like 94. And that's, you know, after Andre's passed away and Macho's left. So you could make the argument Owen kind of, well, in all fairness, I've got Bruno in my team. Do you know what I mean? He represents the 60s and the 70s, so. Imagine if you could have peak Prime Gorilla Monsoon. Maybe I'd go Prime Gorilla, Prime Bruno, Prime Andre the Giant. Okay, that's good. How many did I need? Prime Bruno, Prime Andre, Prime Gorilla Monsoon, Superstar Billy Graham. Don't want someone like Killer Kowalski. Dusty. I didn't say Dusty. Gotta go Dusty. Bruno, Andre, Gorilla Monsoon. It's still hard to not say Macho. I can't not have Macho. Imagine Macho Man coming out back from the dead. And imagine Gorilla. Because once the match is over, he could go to commentary. He could do announcing. Oh, but then I would want Bobby back as well. Yeah, it's hard, isn't it? Because I want Owen and I want Eddie. And I think the truth is we've just lost so many great people. I mean, you know, you could bring back even people like Earthquake, Vader, Big John Studs. We've lost a lot of great people, unfortunately. But yeah, those are a few names. Jim Gore said Bruno, Piper, Macho, Owen, Warrior, Eddie. Well, we're very, very similar, aren't we? Oh, yeah, Bray. I didn't even mention Bray. Bray, Razor Ramones, good shout. Wasn't Piper actually Canadian? Yeah, well, he certainly wasn't Scottish. I don't know if he was American or Canadian, but I think it was Canadian. Billy Graham, Jesse Ventura. I mean, Jesse's doesn't matter. Ric Flair. Yeah, William. I'm not sure what game William's playing. It's not quite the same one we're playing. Who would you pick for the Mount Rushmore of wrestling? Well, again, that's a difficult one because it really depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about wrestling overall, that's very different from WWE. And if you're talking WWE, are you talking Impact at the box office? Or are you talking about, like, in-ring skills, because that's very different as well, isn't it? So it's hard to go, what's the Mount Rushmore of wrestling, because there's too many parameters, really. The only to give an answer, I think if you was going WWE, you'd obviously look at Stone Cold, Hogan, Cena, Roman Reigns, Bruno Sammartino. The faces. Bruno is the face of the 60s. He's arguably the face of the 70s, but there's Pedro in there, Pedro Morales. There's Superstar Billy Graham. You know, you've got some others around, but you can make an argument, because I think Bruno still has a 4-year title run in the 70s. He has 7-year run in the 60s, 4-year run in the 70s. So, like, Bruno really covers that period. 8 years is obviously Hogan. 9 years you could look at Brett or Shawn, but no one really stands out. I suppose you could say Undertaker, if you want to pick one. End of the night is going into the 2000s, Attitude Era, Stone Cold, Rock, Triple H, into John Cena, Brock Lesnar around, Roman Reigns. You know, if you was going to talk about Mount Rushmore of WWE and Impact, you'd be looking at those. If you want to go in-ring, that's where you're starting to talk Brett, Kurt Angle, Shawn, Daniel Bryan. You know, this is where you're starting to get into those names that I don't think feature when it comes to Impact. And if you're going to go wrestling overall, that's where you're going to go Ric Flair. You're going to go Lou Thez. You're going to go... Do you go Harley Race? Do you go Ed Strangler Lewis? Do you go Gorgeous George? Because of the impact he had in the 50s with selling TVs. Do you go... Dusty? Like, if you're going to go bigger, I mean, you could make an argument for Jim Londos, who was around, I want to say 30s, 40s, and was, honestly, has still got some of the biggest attendances. I mean, if you have a look at the biggest attendances ever, like Jim Londos, I think I've seen that if you actually adjust for inflation, the person that drew the most money in the history of wrestling is apparently Jim Londos. There is a Jim Londos book that I really do want to read. I do want to read a Jim Londos book, because I don't have lots of information about him, because anything outside of WWE is kind of outside of my vision, really. I know enough about wrestling to know who are the names I need to be aware of, what they achieved, and why I need to know about them. But, you know, my focus is more WWE. But you can certainly go back to like the 20s, the 30s, and look at Ed Strangler Lewis as someone that really pushed things forwards and, you know, helped train Lou Thez, who had a historic run with the NWA Championship. And, I mean, we can get into those bits, but for me, like, you've got a different conversation there about, like, who's on the Mount Rushmore of wrestling. And how do you even get onto that Mount Rushmore? You know, if it's Impact, then WWE have got to be, you know, someone like Stone Cold had a huge impact, but a very short period of time. You know, for him actually being Stone Cold, it was not a long period of time. So does he lose out because of longevity? But then does he gain because it was a different world and more people around the world knew him? I don't know. It's hard, isn't it? That's why it's you can't really just go, what's the Mount Rushmore of wrestling? There's too many parameters. But there's a few names to kick around. Daze Super Wrestler videos from Chicago. They have got YouTube channel called Super Wrestlers. Well, I'm pleased for them, and I wish them all the very best. Ninja said, would you want another WWE Iron match? Sure. Who would we do it with? Gunther, Elia. Gunther, Sammy. Sammy, Kevin. You know, any two that are going to give you a banging match. Any two people that you can put in a ring and you're going to get magic and it's going to be something special. I mean, to be honest, low-key, I wouldn't do it, but after what I saw between Lyra and Bayley, you'd get no complaints out of me. If we really built that up and there was like a hatred between them and we were really giving them a build and promo time and we were building to a women's Iron Woman match and it was going to be those two, after what I saw the other day and how much fun that match was, no problem. No problem. I'd be down for that. It's not my first choice, my second choice. It's not even my top 20 choice. But my point is, anyone, as long as they've got good chemistry. And what we saw between Bayley and Lyra was really good chemistry. So, but yeah, my first pick might be like a Gunther and an Elia, because I've seen them face a few times and every time it has delivered. Just like Sammy and Kevin. Seen them face loads of times and every time it has delivered. So, but I mean, there's so many names you could throw out there. Daze, it's like the MJ LeBron question. MJ had a better peak, but Bron had longevity. LeBron had longevity. Do you know, I think I favor longevity. I think to be consistent and do it over a period of time. I mean, look, to get huge and really capture magic, to really grab hold of lightning, and it might only be for a short time, but to just get that big for even a short space of time, I definitely see it, right? But I think to sell tickets year after year after year after year, I think, to be honest, a lot of people, and myself included, we don't quite understand how big wrestling was in the 20s, the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, because we weren't there. And it's so far removed from our knowledge, from our understanding, that it's hard to give them people kudos and credit. And you won't hear those names really getting mentioned too often because they are really in the past and starting to get forgotten as time goes by. But this is why that Jim Londos fact is so interesting. And if you have a look at the biggest, most attended shows, you will see Jim Londos being mentioned. And it's so weird to think that he was around in the 30s, the 40s, and still is on the list of most attended shows. And it just shows that wrestling did not begin at WrestleMania 1. Far from it. Far from it. WrestleMania did not begin at WrestleMania 1. It changed at WrestleMania 1. You can certainly pinpoint that as a key moment in the history of professional wrestling. But professional wrestling goes, well, centuries. I mean, goes really all the way back through mankind, doesn't it? Humankind. But I think a key moment that I've always acknowledged is the Gotch Hackenschmidt matches that we've spoke about a bit in the early 1900s. I think that's key. And I think the Gold Dust Trio is key, which is where Toots Mondt is really bringing in the ideas of wrestling that we know now, time limits, making them more showy, not just like endless hour after hour. Because back in the day, they were just hours long, and it really was until someone won. And really, people were just getting exhausted and losing because of exhaustion. But the idea of there being drop kicks and there being time limits, that kind of really comes out of the Gold Dust Trio. That comes out of Toots Mondt. That's another key moment, I want to say late 20s, kind of around that ballpark. And then you've got like TV coming in, Gorgeous George that we mentioned. That's a key moment, like wrestling getting onto TV. And of course, WWE breaking away from the NWA, which is what, 62, 63 is a key moment. And you've just got all these like key moments dotted throughout the history of wrestling. So the idea, I mean, everything we just mentioned there is all well before WrestleMania 1. So the idea that wrestling starts at WrestleMania 1 and the first person of note was Hulk Hogan is so incorrect. But I love kind of trying to dig back through that stuff, but trying to do that so much these days is a bit difficult when we do streams all the time and unseen videos to actually sit down and kind of dig back into the past. But I need to force myself to really do that so that I can continue to expand my knowledge, you know. Because I know bits, but I mean, more you only know what you know, don't you? need to try and expand it, and I need to really do better at that. So, yeah, that's going to be my New Year's resolution for next year. So, I'm going to kick that down the road a little bit further. But there we go. We've spoken about legends of the past, and we've spoke about legends of the future on this stream. And I think the lesson we've learned is that no legend is bigger than Trog. So there we go. Thanks a lot for joining us. Really appreciate it as always. We will be back tomorrow with Evolve. I am going to try and work on Unseen, but it's going to take me a little while. But I'm going to go and work on that now. And we'll get the opinions video done as well. There was an issue with the opinions video. It actually uploaded. There was a fault. I don't know why. You know what YouTube's like. So I will try and make sure that we don't encounter any of those again. But yeah, thanks for watching. Thanks for joining. Appreciate it as always. Let's get Doggy Dog. Shout out to you, buds. Let's get the poll. I need to just get this before I run away. Which is, people enjoyed that. 48, 38, 10, and 1. Lovely. Okay, thanks a lot for watching, and I will see you again next time. Bye for now.